change it after it. You got the new phone.
I got the new phone. I can change it. Cool.
Yahweh, our Shul, the elder bishops at Great Millstone, who were well, and he taught us his truth. Shalom to the brothers and sisters listening and learning, and sincere shalom to the brothers in the four winds pushing this word, man. It's another camp day, and we're gonna get into the scriptures, the prophecies and current events, man, in light of biblical prophecy. So I think we can start on 9. Jump to 15. Whatever. Spirit.
Nine. Let me start from 15 or can I start from the top? Yeah. Second Ezra 9, and from the top it says, he answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs pass which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
Yeah, so measure thou the time diligently in itself, man. We're measuring the times diligently, man. Okay? To measure the times is to understand biblical prophecy, look at current day events and pair them up. But we're only going to correctly pair them up by having the Spirit of the Lord working with us to understand the mystery codes of the Bible, man. Okay? First of all, the first thing to understand, to measure the time diligently, is having the right source. You can't be going, like when you're a child and you watch them TV shows, or sometimes they even sent us on that in primary school. You go to these woods areas and they give you codes and clues. You got to run in find different codes to unlock the treasure. You got to be in the right vicinity. Like if you got to be south of the wood and you're all the way in the west and all the treasures in the south, you done lost, man. The other teams are going to find the treasure before you because you're in the wrong area code, man. So the first thing we have to have to measure the time diligently is the right direction, the right text, the right sources, which is the scriptures, the Holy Bible, man. You can hold Isaiah 34 and 16, Brother Kashar, and then we'll go back to 2 Ezra 9. If you're reading the Quran, or some other text, yeah, that's the wrong script, man. You're not gonna be warned of the mark of the beast. You're not gonna be warned of the said perils. Okay? They're gonna tell you about some one-eyed monster called the Dajjal coming out of the sky and Jesus coming back to go and pray in Mecca. Next thing you know, you're getting chipped, and the Quran totally led you astray.
Isaiah what?
34 and 16. So to measure the times is having the right book, man. First and foremost, you gotta know that you're reading the right thing. Okay? Yeah, get Isaiah 34, 16.
Now, yeah. Isaiah 34:16 says, seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail, none shall want her mate, for my mouth it hath commanded, and his spirit it hath gathered them.
Right. Now from there go to Psalms 119, 119 verse 105. Yeah? So yeah, as the brother just read, man, seek out the book of the Lord and read. The book of the Lord is the Holy Bible, man. Okay? The Holy Bible is the book of Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai, man. Straight out, man. Okay? No one of these shall fail. So everything that's written inside of the Bible is going to come to pass, man. There's not going to be anything in the Bible where they can say that never happened. Yeah, that just didn't work out. I know the Bible said that 70 AD was going to happen, but nah. That's why you compare up the Bible with secular history. And secular history and the Bible go hand in hand. Okay? Because the Bible is pretty much Israelite history, but also world history. Okay? It lets you know of key things that happen in history, man. So none of these shall fail. Every prophecy written inside of the scriptures will come to pass, man. And yes, there's a large majority of prophecies in the Old Testament that ain't been fulfilled yet, man. Because you got these Christians and the likes of that waste man vocab alone. Oh, that happened already. Yeah, in the Bible that happened already. That's Christians' favorite line. You know, if they can't understand it, you know, if it's too boring, they can't understand it, and it's way above their heads, they just conclude it off with that happened already. What do you mean that happened already? What if I told you the majority of the Old Testament ain't even happened? The majority of the prophecies in the Old Testament ain't gone down yet, man. Key things. A lot of them have, but a lot of them haven't. You know? But a Christian will just come up here, yeah, Basra, you know, and they'll get their Edomite, what do you call it, archaeologists, they'll go over there to some desert, the actual geographical land, and start digging stuff up. See, we're in Basra. You know? Nah, man, the scriptures deal with people before places, things actually happening, things actually going down. So you ask one of these biblical scholars, when did Esau get done away with? When were the Edomites done? They won't be able to tell you. They'll tell you it's happened, but you ask them for secular sources, rough timelines, you know. They can't give you any evidence because they're not dealing with the scriptures according to prophecy. An Edomite will deal with the scriptures according to carnality. That's why they'll actually search up ancient Bosra. That's why they'll actually go to places like ancient Egypt and dig up like go into inside the pyramids and stuff. Archaeology. And they'll see that what do you call it? The ancient Egyptians were so-called black people, you know, and that they actually had another nation of so-called black people in slavery, which were the Israelites. But because it goes against their agenda of white supremacy, that's why they start knocking off noses and trying to repaint stuff. Yeah. You know, even of the ancient Egyptians, man. You know, but they know that the ancient Egyptians are them Sudanese today, man. Them tall, dark, ashy people, very fierce, and they don't like us, man. We don't like them back either. But that's the point. Edomite will deal with the Bible according to, as the Bible says, archaeology. You know, whereas we deal with the Bible according to the Spirit. That's why the scripture says our spirit bears witness with theirs that we are the sons of the living power. You know, we ain't got to go, the B1 gene, you know, come brother, let me draw some blood, you know, test it in the lab, let's see if you got the A1, G1, XO this, XO that. Oh, okay, based on your blood type, you're an Israelite. Nah, man. If we preach this word to you and you get it, then you're an Israelite, man. You know? Read that up. Yeah.
So, Psalms 119 and 105. Thy word is a lamp unto my foot and a light unto my path.
Yeah, so backing up from 2 Ezra 9, we went to Isaiah 34. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. Because again, 2 Ezra 9, bro, measuring the time. You can't measure the time if you don't have the right book, the right text, you're not in the right ballpark. And then once you have the right book, you've got to have the understanding of the book. As I just explained, Edomites have the book, but they don't have the understanding. You know, if having a copy of the Bible meant you got it, then everyone's got it. Because everyone owns a copy of the Bible, man. Before the touchy era that we're in right now, you used to go to a hospital or a hotel, and in this bedside cabinet, what book they got there? The Bible. You know, so the physical book ain't all there is to it. That's just the beginning. Now you've got to get an understanding of it. Okay? So the correct understanding of the Holy Bible is a lamp unto our feet and a light unto our path, man. Thus we can measure the times diligently. Because the dark world we're in, the dark path we're walking with all manner of obstacles has now become light. How has it become light? Because the understanding of the word has been imparted onto us. Therefore, when it comes to chapters like 2 Ezra 9, we're able to measure. We're able to weigh things up. Yeah, that's the famine spoken of in scripture. Yeah, that's the addition of men spoken of in scripture. Okay? Yeah, that's the mark of the beast spoken of in scripture. We can measure all these things up because the path has been lit. Go on, man.
Yeah, a quick precept to back up what we just read in Psalm 119 and 5. It says, this is in Romans chapter 4 and 1. It says, what advantage then hath the Jew, or what profiteth is there of circumcision? Much in every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. Yeah, because you got these debaters say, well, what's the point? Why do you want to be the Jesus? It's okay when Amalek comes out and says it for years, for centuries. When we come out and say, so what's it, because you got these the vocab crew say, well, it don't really matter. Why do we have to be them for? You know what I mean? Like to say, but this backs it up. It backs it up. What advantage then have the Jews, or what profiteth is there of circumcision? Much in every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. And it backs up what we just read. Your word is a light to my foot and a lamp to my road. Yeah, we can see where we're going, man.
Yeah, from there, go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 5. Yeah, down to verse 8. Because that light is important, man. We're living in a dark, filthy world where people are getting misled, man. You've got your sons and your daughters going off to university thinking they're going to make a life and a name for themselves, when really they're just rats in system. Rats joining the rat race of the working world, getting ready to get chipped and then put to death. This world is an illusion, man. The more we study, the more we get into the truth, we realize that this world is a fucking illusion. So don't take this world seriously. The only thing we take seriously is this truth. Like everything, you may be passionate about your side hobbies, your pastimes and things of that nature. That's all good, we do that. But really and truly, the only thing we take serious, man, is the truth. Other things of the world may piss you off. You want to get the hell out of here. You go outside, people piss you off. We go through these emotions and things of that nature. But when all is said and done, it's all one big game, man. You got to deal with a confrontational person, and when you step outside your house, that's a game. Okay, you got to go to the supermarket and buy food, that's a game. You got to be around spirits you don't want to be around, guess what? That's a fucking game. Everything's a game, man.
Elder?
Everything's a game. It's all a game, man. But what we take serious is this word, man. The more you get consumed with this truth, you realize this is all that matters, man. This is all that matters. Go on, man.
Yeah, see, 1 Thessalonians 5 and verse 5 says, ye are all the children of light, and then children of the day.
That shows this world is fucked up. These are two low-level feds here. But if they were to chase you, they ain't gonna catch you. That's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. I was in a job where the chief, the guy in charge of health and safety, if there's a fire, is in a wheelchair. That's stupid, man. Like people are in jobs that don't even make sense. Like previously, you have to be a certain height or a certain, physique, for a particular job, man.
Police had to be no less than 6 foot.
Now you got policewomen. I mean, I ain't the tallest of brothers. I've seen policewomen this high, man. I'm looking down at her like, what the fuck you gonna do? I mean, in my head, not to them. Yeah, but in my head I'm thinking, if I was to smack you across the face and jog down the road,
back up.
Yeah, you ain't catching me, man. Not full speed run. I'm talking about I'll slap you across the face and jog. A light jog, you are not catching me, man. This equality age is really demonic. Equality age, the alphabet people age, now you got people that they're justifying pedophilia, because I'm attracted to age minors. And you have to accept me. And if you don't accept me, that's discriminatory. And that's sexist. So now you got people that if you're with a son or a daughter, and let's say you're in a shopping mall with like your 10-year-old kid, right? If they say, Daddy, Mommy, I want to go to the toilet, you send them off to the toilet in a shopping city, you have to be worried now that there's someone of the opposite sex that wants to claim to be the other sex in a dress and bold. The guy smokes like 10 cigarettes a day, but he's in a dress, in the toilet washing hands next to your kiddo. This world's fucked up, man. You got heavy set dudes. Their stomach is so fat, yeah, their back is compromised, and they're bending over, walking like this down the street, but they're police officers. It's crazy, man. Whoa, man.
Read it again, yeah? 1 Thessalonians 5 from the top.
No, verse 5.
Yeah, chapter 5 and verse 5.
Right.
Yeah. Ye are all the children of the light and the children of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness.
Yeah, we're the children of the light and of the day. How will we become of the light and the day? Because the day star, which is Jehovah Shai, has arisen in our hearts. We understand this word because there's the order, man. The Heavenly Father, it all goes back to the Most High Jehovah. He gave a particular set of spirits into the hand of Jehovah Shai, which is the elect. Jehovah Shai brought those spirits into existence. They've come on the earth. The Lord set up the order. He set up the 12. He set up the head of the 12, Apostle Peter. The assembly was made from there. We've come back in various lifetimes. Those heads have come back. You know, we heard this word. We came into the truth, and now we're teaching the same thing we were taught. Okay? So this Bible and the truth of it is the light. So we have now become the children of light, meaning we've become the children of understanding. When you finish university, you study a 3-year course, and then you have your graduation. What do they call you? The alumni of 2021, the alumni students of 2022, the alumni students of 2023. What does alumni mean? It means the enlightened ones. When you've studied, when you've completed something, you become enlightened in that topic, that area of study. Where it concerns scripture, we have become the alumni of the scripture. We're the light bearers of the scripture, man. Okay? Because the first light, Jehovah Shai, has arisen in the hearts of his elect. Okay? So we are of the light. Read it again,
Yeah. Read it again from the top. 1 Thessalonians 5 and chapter 5 verse 5. Ye are all the children of the light and the children of the day. We are not of the darkness.
So let's make that clear. The children of the light is the elect. Fuck the rest of Israel, man. They are not of the light, man. End the story, man. They're not. Okay? The children of the light and of the day is the elect of Israel. The rest of you niggas, man, you're heathens, man, on this side. Forget you guys, man. You're not of the light. You're of this world. Yahweh Shai said that. You're of your father, the devil. You're basically one and the same as Esau. The lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer and a liar from the beginning, and abode not in the truth. So you two, the two-thirds is Jake in America, but if you've got Jake outside of America, you know, Israelites outside of America, that ain't gonna make it, as well as will make it. So everybody else, man, that's not of the elect, but of the nation of Israel on this side, you're as good as an Edomite. Okay? The children of the day are the elect. Okay? And you have to make that clear, man, because the nigga will come around and then it's like, you want him to get it, but then it's all of the Lord anyway. If a guy can't get it, well then forget it. You can't be upset. He can't even be upset. Because it's all to do with the Lord. Those are of the day are the elect, man. And there's gonna be that's gonna be made known and apparent in these last days, man. There's a special set of so-called black people, so-called Native American Indian people, and so-called Latino people, man. And then the scattering amongst the other nations. Because the world, they're not going to see it as Israelites. They're going to see it as, why are those black guys different to the rest? Yeah, and why are those Indian guys different to the rest? And why are these Hispanics different to the rest of them? Yeah, they're different because past our slave names were Israelites, man. And past being an Israelite, Lord willing, we're the elect of Israel. So that's a complete separation. Those of the light, those of the day, yeah, are the elect, man. Shalom. Go.
Yes, so one to back up the Bible, we just looked at in Thessalonians chapter 5. This is Ephesians chapter 5 and 6 says, let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of God upon the children of disobedience.
Yeah, the children, now you got that stupid dude, brothers are doing lessons on it, that bald head pastor in a church saying, oh, are you Christians saying that what do you say? Are you Christians saying that if a pastor teaches outside of the Bible, he's going off. You're bibliologists. The word of God isn't subject to the Bible. What Bible was Ezekiel following? What Bible was Jeremiah following? All these are regular men that heard a word from God, so you don't need the Bible. That's what niggas in churches are preaching now. Other brothers did a special on it. Elder Apostle Gabar did a special on it, man. You got guys saying in church you don't need the Bible, and God can give a pastor a word that's not in the Bible. You crazy, man? You niggas are gone, man. So a pastor can go up there on the pulpit, good morning, church. You know, pastors come, man, good morning, church, and they set the Bible down on the altar thing, but he ain't using the Bible. He just talking his madness, and now they're saying it's justified because he said, what Bible did the prophets go by? Are you stupid, man? The prophets had the scriptures, man. They're the Torah, man. Okay, so what the hell are you talking about? But that just shows how far gone Jake is, man. Read that again, huh?
Yeah. Ephesians chapter 5 and 6. Let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these.
That's a deception. When a pastor can go up on a pulpit and say that madness, that is a deception. Go on.
The vain words, because of these things cometh the wrath of God upon the children of disobedience.
So all you churchgoers, you're children of disobedience, okay? And the wrath of the Most High, Yahweh is imminent upon you, man. Okay? These churches, man, a lot of shit's going on happening in these churches, man. That's why the Lord allows these wild ass Edomites to run up in your congregations and just let off a whole clip of bullets, man. You up there worshipping Jesus, getting shot in the back of your head.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's been happening, man.
Yeah.
And the Lord's gonna make that continue to happen.
Yeah.
Okay? Because you are the children of disobedience, man.
Oh.
You know? Then the wrath of Yahweh Shai will fall upon you, man.
Yeah, but just say because that happened in one of Jehovah's Witnesses over in Russia. I done a quick little thing on it, video on it.
I think I might have heard about it.
Yeah. So they're saying it could have been an unhappy churchgoer, but I know there's only, from being in there, I know there's only wickedness going in there, kind of adultery and all that. So we went to the window, and just opened up on the place. One of the looked like a Judite woman got it. About 6 people, about 1 or 2 died, about 6 people were injured. So that's the kingdom hall now, and because people are faithless. Now, if it was happening, we would say, well, this is most likely. People are just going to stop going. You're going to get people. That's the wise thing to do, because it ain't true anyway. It's not the true religion. But really, if you really thought it was true, you would carry on going anyway. Say, if I have to die in the kingdom, I die in it. But just to add to your point, yeah, that was a spirit created for vengeance, man.
You got ministers all over the place, but now, like you said, people are scared to go to church. When the C119 happened, you had online church. I had family members tapping into, help me log in to the Zoom. Yeah, well, Jesus Christ, hoping you log into the Zoom, man. And a family member told me that one time the whole congregation was on Zoom, and someone interfered with the link and started posting pornographic material. But that's of the Lord, though. It's fucking this shit up, man. Chat.
Boy, man.
Help me log in.
So, Ephesians chapter 5, church, you know what I mean? In church? Woo! Once I took my parents out in peaceful ways, you know what I mean? I know there was Jacob is zealous, but not according to knowledge. So some of our parents are gonna get in like, relatives, relatives or friends of friends. They're gonna go out like that, man. That's just gonna be their lot. Ephesians chapter 5 and 7. Be not ye therefore partakers with them, for ye were.
Read verse 16.
Ephesians chapter 5 and 6 says, let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of God upon the children of disobedience.
Yeah, you see, from the elder apostles on down, man, we've been taught stuff, and then they say, go and look at it for yourself. Don't just take our word for it, man. But you go to a church here, Pastor, why does X, come before Y? Because it does. That's what they're giving you. That's what they're telling you. Because I said so. And it does. Yeah, but with us, we'll give you biblical proof and then tell you to look for it yourself. Now, if you can't get it after that, that's a spiritual matter. But we're not hiding the fact of where the information comes from. I can't tell you that. No, we've told you clearly where we got it from, man. And then encourage you to do your own goddamn self. But in church, it does. And that's it. Stop arguing with God. Yeah, because they don't know the answers, man.
And he's God.
He's God, yeah.
Just a quick one on that point, that shows they're not reading the Bible, because 2 Timothy, I believe 2:15 says, study to show thyself approved.
There you go.
So they're clearly not reading the scriptures, and the pastor's not bringing it out to them, because he's keeping them in a slacking, he's keeping them in a state of ignorance, because by keeping the people ignorant, he can manipulate them easier.
Yeah.
That's why when you're in the church, not that I've been in the church that deep, but when you start asking too many questions, you start to become, oh, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
He's rocking the boat.
Yep.
Back to you, slacking.
Right.
Yeah, man, yeah. They start saying, don't give him the mic. You have question time. No, he can't ask a question. No, don't give him the mic. Stupid ass deacon walking around with a fucking mic and he block you, man. Sometimes, I remember one time, man, before I left the church, man, I was being a fucking menace, man. They turned the mic off when I was speaking.
You know what I mean?
I was asking, I know that was the last time I went to church as a churchgoer, man. In my early teens, yeah. And then we was debating Isaiah 45 from verse 5 to 7. I said, listen, man, God can do evil. He creates evil. He creates dark. It says it there. I create the light and I form darkness. Good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
But you know why he blocked you off from saying that? I think that's what he's trying to say, man.
Yeah, he turned the mic off on me.
Yeah, you have to, because hey, that's gonna what tricking and what's going in his pockets. He had to fall back on that, man.
Maybe they do that wink to the IT team. They turn him off. Turn him
Cut
off.
it, cut it.
He turned my mic off, man.
That's the money, man. Like, you fucking with the money when you talk like that.
Yeah.
Hurt in the man's pocket.
Yeah.
Man.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
So the bottom line is, these churches ain't gonna get the truth, man. Go on, man.
Yeah, 7 now, of Ephesians chapters 7 now. Be not ye therefore partakers of them,
Yep.
for ye were sometimes in darkness. Let me read that again. For ye were sometimes dark. Is that right? For we were sometimes darkness.
Yeah, for you were, yeah, right.
See it right.
Yeah, for you were sometimes
Darkness, yeah.
that's
But
correct.
now ye are what?
That's deep though. For you were sometimes darkness. So the Lord is saying your whole existence, your whole way of life is just dark. And when you go to black, that's the absence of light. You get the color spectrum, the rainbow and all these different angles, refraction, the angles, and you get different colors according to the way the rays come out. Pink, yellow, green, blue, white, the purest of all, the most perfect of angles. But then you have the opposite of that, which is the absence of all of those beautiful colors and angles. It's darkness, man. So that's why the world ain't even, no one can say, what's your take? What's your angle on so and such and such? Well, if you're in darkness, you ain't even got an angle. You ain't got nothing to stand on. That's why these people out here, they're accounted as sheep for the slaughter. Because they literally, even according to the light spectrum, they have no angle. The scripture says, ye were sometimes darkness. Like the Lord actually said, Lord, you are darkness. You are the absence of light. You are filth. You are nothing, man.
As well as they're known as the dead.
And the dead.
Because the scriptures also mention that so remaining out of the ways of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead.
Yes, you're dead, man.
Yeah. So I just, if
You
you don't mind,
got the piece of
I just want to bring this out real quick. This is Psalms 18, from 26 to 18. It says, with the pure, thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the froward, thou wilt show thyself froward. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but will bring down high looks. This is the point. For thou wilt light my candle, and the Lord Yahweh my power will enlighten my darkness. So it was really the Lord that gives you the enlightenment. Like the scriptures also mention that it's not the flesh, but it's the spirit that quickens. So the Lord quickens your spirit. All of these other dudes out here that's talking about whatever they talking about, they're just freestyling because they really don't have the enlightenment. You know, just like how you mentioned when you were to ask a pastor a question on a particular scripture, he can't really give it to you because he don't really know the scripture. He has no understanding. So, you know, a lot of these like top qualified accredited clergymen, pastors that went to university, you know, wherever these guys came from, man, like just because you went to these schools, it doesn't qualify you to really know the scriptures like that, man. But here it is, we didn't go to these schools, but we're qualified. And our works do show that is the case. Like the Lord, when the Lord was on the scene, the Howard Shroud, he went before, you know, those Pharisees when he was a youngin, and he was spewing out that wisdom that the Lord gave at age 12. At age 12, yeah.
And then later on, when he, you know, actually into his ministry, he said, "How know this man letters, never having read?"
Yeah.
Like if you go to like a posh, you know, he was in Cambridge and shit. Like they ask you, what subjects did you read at university? If you read a subject, you study.
Yeah.
So when it said how this man knowing letters, meaning the Torah and the prophets and the writings, never having studied. Yahushua never went to no Torah school, man. You go up in like my area, you know, other areas, man. They got the small hats. All they have on these corners are little schools, and you have them running in and out of there like rats, man, learning their Talmud. You know, so that's how it kind of was in the ancient world, man. You had the main temple, and then in certain towns and cities, you had smaller synagogues which were open all day, every day, where fathers would send their son to learn the Torah, man, learn the law. But Yahushua never went there, man. He didn't do that. So when he grew up, he wasn't known for going to school like that, man. Oh yeah, but 15 years ago, you know, John and Yahushua, they was in this school. And they know, Yahushua never went to no Torah school, man.
It's like the Apostle Paul also mentioned that that the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Lord.
Yeah.
So whatever they're coming with, it really doesn't stand up to what the Lord is basically conveying.
Yeah.
What we're bringing out to the forefront is what the Lord is basically conveying. They're not doing that. Yeah. So it's just, that's why they're just all over the place, vocab alone, and all of the rest of these guys. They're just confused because they don't really have the correct understanding of what we're telling them.
I'm glad the elder said that because Paul was a Pharisee of the Pharisees.
Yes.
And there was nothing wrong with that. And you know, they had a good education and everything. But he said, compared to Yahushua, I count it all done. Because when you get into Pharisaical studies, they're like extra with it, man. So they'll teach you the law, but then there's a certain way to do things. That's why them Muslims, they copy Israelite culture and think they came up with it.
Right.
When really it's the other way around. You got it from us, man. The way to wash your hands, the way to wash your feet. There's a whole ceremony for that. You know, the way what do you call it? The way to cut to wrap their head, the way to cut the nails. You know, the way to dress. There was a whole regime on how to do that. So when the Pharisees came to Yahushua and his disciples and said, "How come you eat with unwashed hands?" It never meant that they were filthy. It meant that they never followed the Pharisaical customs of how to do things in step 1, step 2, step 3, what they had to do. You know? But Paul said, I count it all done for Yahushua. So as the elders say, the likes of vocab and doctor of divinity and theologist supreme and this and that, the extratology of God and all that kind of crap, man. All we got to say is the name Yahushua and your whole doctrine's cut. We got to come with one precept that you can't break down, vocab, and you other Christians, Dr. Browns and all you guys, and you're cut.
And you know too as well, like everything that they were taught by their their superiors. Their superiors actually know way more than what they've taught. So they don't even have the full half of what their superiors have taught. So how are you going to teach what half of which was given to you to confound us?
A good point of that, elder. Good case in point. The movie 10 Commandments. You brothers know I love that movie, right? Now guess what? Yeah. What's his name? Cecil B. Yeah, him. Yeah, him. He's the one that produced the whole film, right? Let me tell you something, man. He did his research, man. How is it that vocab went to theology school? In theology school, I know pastors, they gotta go and study Hebrew and Greek. Albeit that Yiddish version, but they get into Yiddish Hebrew and Greek on a low level, right? How is it that vocab is saying the last one for dash is bullshit, basically? But when Cecil B. DeMille did his research, they put the Paleo Hebrew in there. So whatever they're teaching you in them theology schools and seminaries, it ain't deeper than what researchers know. The researchers are putting Paleo Hebrew in the Ten Commandments movie, but then when you go to school to learn to be a pastor and a bishop, they're giving you Yiddish.
And it just goes to show you that these guys is coming out calling themselves the averagists. That's on the front, on the the whole YouTube thing. They're on a lower level. It's the guys behind these guys that really know the true information.
Yeah.
So they don't know shit, man. They don't know nothing.
Cecil was linked in.
Yeah,
Cecil,
he
he was juiced in with the top guys that gave him the whole pie. Because how is it a movie director can get more accurate than you who went to study it?
Yeah.
I mean, as the elder said, they gave you half the story, man, and the wrong version at that. Oh yeah, the Hebrew and this guy called Ariar, formulated this Hebrew that sounds like gibberish because okay, but when you check other Semitic languages, they sound weird to an English ear. So why don't you curse them out? Why don't you curse out Arabic? Because Arabic is a bastard tongue, 2 languages down from Hebrew. Why don't you curse out Arabic, man? You got Jake that will go and tell you something in Arabic on their skin. I like the way it looks. Yeah, it's sick, innit?
Yeah, it is sick.
Yeah, literally, it is sick. But why is it that you curse the Hebrew out? They say ba ga da what? It sounds like baby talk.
That's because
They speak in Hebrew, man. But it sounds funny to you and stupid to you, but then you won't curse out Arabic, which sounds exactly the fucking same. It shows you that you just hate us, man.
And too, as well, once again, it just shows that they're on a lower level because that's something that they should have already known. They're theologists.
Yeah, you should know that.
They should know that the Arabic is nothing more than broken Hebrew. You know what I'm saying?
They don't know that.
They don't know that. So I mean, if they don't know these things that we just said, then there's a lot of things. How much more they don't know? And then if they don't know so much, that they don't have no business coming on air on the YouTube, solidifying themselves as men that know what they're talking about and trying to confound what we got. Because the difference between them and us, we have 100% of what we've been taught. They have 50% of what they've been taught.
Yeah. That's why vocab in the spirit, man, you ain't sleeping good at night. Because you're worried that the guys like us, from the elder apostles on down, have just ruined your whole belief system, man. That's why you devoted your whole ministry to try and debunk what we're into, but you can't. Read, man. Finish that off with it.
Finish it off.
Caleb, you got something?
Yeah, I've got something.
Yeah, this is Ephesians chapter 5 now to 8 now. For ye were sometimes darkness, but now ye are light in the Lord. Walk as children of light.
There you go. Because we read it in Thessalonians. Alright? We're the children of the light and of the day, man. So now that we're in the light, we walk according to the light, man. So you can't come up here and talk about Jesus and hyperventilate and sweat on stage and think we're going to get taken by the unholy spirit. Like, try that with my grandma, son. It ain't going to work with me, man. Try it with Uncle Bob down the corner or something, man, up the street. It ain't going to work with us, man. Jesus! And then everybody's believing it. Nah, man, we were sometimes darkness. Not anymore, though. You can't come with Jesus. You can't come with what do you call it? Spiritual Israel, like vocab likes to say. Supersessionism. Replacement theology. All these I'm gonna make up a word. All these Christianic demonic shit. All right. Christianic paganism is not gonna work on us, man. Because we've been exposed to the light. And once you're in the light, Lord willing, we're okay. Look, there ain't no turning back, man.
Too, as well, like, for example, when let's say you're walking in a dark place, and you have the light, or you have like a light holder, and you're in this dark cave. You see everything within that dark cave, man.
You see all the bullshit.
Exactly, but that's what I want to get. Sorry. You took the words of my mouth. So that's what we see, don't we? We see the bullshit. So whatever they're coming with, and even though, let's just say, because they may be sincere in their angle, but we can see the bullshit that's not in their mouth, whether they realize it or not. So whatever they're saying, we're not convinced because we have the light, man. And everything that they're saying, it ain't mouth for mouth.
elder, the spirit's hot. Back up the elder. The scripture says, the deceived and the deceiver are his.
Yeah.
So as the elder, if you genuinely ain't got the torch, you're gonna be believing the darkness. But when you have the torch, you have no choice but to see the bullshit.
And I gotta read. So like, no, say
No, I was
say
just
your
gonna
point, say
say
your point.
that's why we was bucking up. You know, I was in my team, you was in your team, and we was bucking up, and there was no other way it was gonna play out. And if you're in that place now, Christian church now, whatever domination it is, or nomination it is, and you ain't bucking up about the way things are, you must be just wicked. Most side not dealing with you, man, or you're just wicked.
I just wanted to I just wanted to bring this out. This is Isaiah 60 verse 2. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But the Lord shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. And the point is in verse 3. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light. Actually, no, that's not the one. It's in this is verse 1. Arise and shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. So the light of the Lord, which is his knowledge and his understanding, right? It is risen upon us in the midst of what? The darkness that people are grossed in. So in this time, like I just mentioned, we're gonna see everything, man. We're gonna see every single thing that's not making any sense out here. That's basically a bunch of lies. You know? So you can't like it mentions in the scriptures too, that if it were possible to deceive the elect, it's impossible.
It's not possible. That's why Yahushua said when he was ripping into them so hard, man. You know, they wanted to kill him on the spot. He called them vipers and blind guides. You're blind, you can't see nothing, man. You know?
Well, just a quick precept, but just to preface what I'm going to say, basically we've got to go back to Genesis 25. It says Esau was a cunning hunter, right? So this construction of these theological schools or your universities and stuff, it's been done with the correct measure of basically he gives people the perfect balance of a little bit of information but also a little bit of pride at the same time. Because people who go to these schools, these theology colleges and these universities, they get a little bit of information, not much, but they get gassed off it, so they become very proud. Now the scripture says, what is it, Proverbs? Well, I was going to read the precept to bring that out.
Don't they call them degrees?
They
have
do.
a degree.
They do.
And a degree is a measure of something.
A degree is a small measurement, yeah. So this is Sirach. Yeah, Sirach. Hold on a second, I just lost it. Let me bring it up again. Right, Sirach 3:24. For many are deceived by their own vain opinion, and an evil suspicion of overthrowing their judgment. So when people go into these education institutions, they become very proud. They think, hey, you know what, man? I've gone to this institution and nobody can't tell me nothing because I've got a degree in theology. Who's this guy? So they become puffed up, gassed up, and proud, but yet they're being deceived because, as the elder said, they've only got a small portion of the knowledge that they really should be getting if they're in the truth. But at the end of the day, they've been given over to that spirit because what did the scripture say? Wisdom will not dwell in a malicious soul, nor in a body that is subject unto sin.
You know, too, pride blinds you from everything.
Well, there you go.
So, like you just mentioned, because they've stepped in the door, or their foot came into this great institution, and they came out of it, all of a sudden, I'm the top guy. Can't nobody tell me anything. But you don't know shit. Exactly. You just came in there and you just talking information.
I'm holding this one. Daniel chapters 12 and just 1 or 2 verses. 4 says, But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even the time of the end, many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase.
Now, the Lord has dispensed a particular measure of knowledge unto Esau, and able to do certain things, man. You know, able to, science, instrument ratings and particular things, given a certain, his military capability, the Lord has given him a certain level of knowledge increase, but only for his overall destruction anyway.
Jump down to 10 now, just to end it off. And many shall be purified and made white and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly.
As we spoke earlier, the many is spoken of who? The elect, man. Purified and made white. So white represents purity, man. You know? So to be purified and made white is to be made clean. Scripture says the washing comes by the washing of the word. So again, to understand this Bible is to be washed, to be made pure, to be made white. Okay? So,
but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand.
right. So again, that's beautiful. Go back to 9. Because the measuring is the understanding, man. If you don't understand, you're not going to be able to measure what's going on, man. To perceive, to see, man. You know? That's why these people out there, they're going to get a nasty shock. You know, tomorrow there's going to be a nasty shock. You know, even though they've told you it's going to happen, people are still going to be bamboozled at 3 o'clock tomorrow, man. The phones are going to start beeping, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what's going on? You know, draconian measures are coming into place, man. You know, and they're going to chip your asses, and then you're going to be shocked because the light wasn't imparted onto you. Man.
We're dealing with people on the low, and it sounds as you may sound proud, as you said, right? But we're on a we're on a different wavelength.
No, we are. Yahweh Shai said.
High wavelength.
Yahweh Shai said, he said, I am from above and ye are from beneath, man. You think there's a nice way of putting that across, man? I am above you, man. And then we are. We have to understand that in mind, man.
And it's not in pride. It has nothing to do with pride. It's just what it is. And it really doesn't matter how we look. We can look like fucking bombs. But hey, because we have this knowledge and this understanding, which is of a high degree, which trumps all knowledge, we are superior.
And I mainly meditate upon that thought when it comes to not getting mad at people, man. Like, I mean, I could pop at you, and sometimes you do, you know, but for the most part, I'm not going to get mad at someone I know that I'm better than. As I said, they're down here to go uni, get a job, work a couple of years, try and buy a house, get chipped and die. Why am I arguing with that? I'm better than you, man.
So I mean, say about the shot. This isn't to sound proud or anything, but it's just a statement of the truth. These people know it as well. When you talk to these people, they look at you, and like, for example, they can kind of sense that there's a different spirit about you, and they get a bit shaky. Like, I don't remember the guy came up a little while ago, and he was trying to help him, and he was all wibbly on the phone. You know, when people are around you, they get flustered. They feel like they're inferior, and that's why sometimes, especially these Edomites, they try and overcompensate for that. Even if you ain't doing nothing, you can just be standing there, and they'll be like, this guy, you know, what's on him? They can sense it in the spirit.
They get cut, man. They get cut when they're right. See, we're used to, you know, it's hard to kind of clock how you feel if you were looking at yourself, you know, outside of your own body. You get around brothers, you know, we know each other's spirits. We're used to being around each other, man. But these people out here, man, it's like they feel like they're looking at 100 people standing here, man. They feel overwhelmed by you, man, because the spirit of the Lord. Caleb, hold that. Isaiah 61. The understanding of the truth really has an effect on your whole life, man. You know, you go around children, toddlers there. If you go around children that's halfway decent, which is few and far in between, they automatically like you.
A little baby waved to me the other day. Looking at his mother, I was in the background. When I look at myself, I can see I think my sister is like, because I look like I'm thinking I'm mean mugging people. I look mean, but the baby waved, and the woman looked at me like, and the baby waved to me.
Well, the babies ran up on Yahweh Shai, who was sitting down in the temple, and they all came on him and were playing with him, and he put his hand on them and blessed them, man. And then the disciples started, see, there's the beautiful balance of knowing you're better than people, but then also being all things to all men. Because the disciples thought, well, we know a little bit of this now, you can't chat to us. At the same time as being better than people, we also have to remember we can talk to anyone, and anyone can talk to us, man. We can't get ahead of ourselves, because they started pushing the children away. You know, and Yahushua cut them on the spot. He said, no, let them come unto me, for such is the kingdom of heaven, man.
Brothers on
Back up a bit, you know. So that's that, man. Go on, man.
This or Isaiah 61?
Hold it again.
I'm holding second edition.
Well, Isaiah 60 from verse 1, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because Yahweh hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek.
So this is a prophecy speaking first of Yahushua. Yahushua fulfills Isaiah 61. Okay? But then after Yahushua, it can apply it to the elect. But fundamentally it's speaking of the Lord Yahushua. The Spirit of the Lord was placed upon him to and has anointed him to preach the good tidings, man. And because of that, there was a whole aura about him that people just kept looking at him. Let's get that in the Gospels. The same thing, if you read that in the Gospels. And then if you, let me see where it says, their eyes were fixed upon him.
That's when he's reading,
He
right?
was reading it, man. 1 second. Listen. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Luke 4 start from about verse 8.
Luke 4 starting at 18.
Good, man.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted.
So to all you bold-headed pastors up there talking about you don't read the scriptures, you can just go and talk and God can give you a word. What was Yahushua reading out of?
Right.
He was reading out of the scrolls, man. The scroll of the prophet Isaiah, man. You know, they had the books back then, man. What do you think they were going up there and just killing goats and then walking off? There was actually a book, there was actually scrolls and things to read and follow. When Prophet Nehemiah, they built him an altar. You go up in them churches and they have the big old. Where do you think he got that from? That goes back to Prophet Nehemiah. They built him a wooden altar so he could roll out the Torah. And the whole Sabbath day, from morning till evening, the people listened to him read and break down the law. Then at the end of it, they all said, Aman, Aman, so be true, so be true. What was he reading? Did he just get up there and talk all day out of his own heart? You motherfuckers are gone, man. The prophets read from the scriptures, bro.
If I may, Baba Bashar, there's an account, I can't remember which prophet it was, but they found the book of the law which had been lost. And they were like, oh, this is the book of the law. And they were upset because they hadn't been keeping it according to how it was written. I can't remember which prophet it was. But anyway, let me read this, right? The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and the recovering of sight to the blind, to set them at liberty that are bruised, and to preach the acceptable year of the Lord. And he closed the book, and he gave it again to the minister and sat down.
Before it was his turn to read. So you got people that talk about, oh yeah, you read, you just overrun shit. You do a Sabbath service at the Passover, we follow it. That means that service order was given from, the heads on down. I Rabbi Abu Bivins, Lightweb, but it actually goes back to it's how the Lord wants it to be done now. If the order's changing this in the kingdom, then fine. But this is how the Lord gave it to great men to do it now. But when we read out the Torah and stuff for the Sabbath service, that's how it actually happened, man. You weren't just going up in a church, sitting down, yeah, I saved a seat for you, brother Donald, Sister Gertrude, sit next to me, love. Nah, man, you went up in the synagogue and you was getting taught something, man. You was reading, bro. It was his turn to read, man. Go on, man.
This is verse 16. And he taught, 50 is like him. And he taught in their synagogues, being glorified of all. And he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up. And as his custom went, he went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and stood up to read.
Yeah, so it was his turn to read, man. And it's the same order. You go up on the podium, before you get up there, what do you have to do? What's your name? What's your tribe? What's your nation? Man? You can't be you got the people that they're heathen, they just try to run up in there, man. I want to be a part of the service. Nah, bro.
Get a black husband.
yeah. You had the Samaritans, right? You know, the Lord said, you don't know what you worship. If you could have someone of another nation just try to run up in the synagogue and try to read from the scrolls and be one of us, man. You can't do that, man. You know, so the Lord, it's me, okay, where I'm from, turn to read.
And it says, and there was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Isaiah.
He's working his spot like that.
And when he had opened the book, he found the place where it was written. And that's when it goes into what I just said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me.
Jump down there.
To preach the acceptable year of the Lord, and he closed the book and gave it again to the minister and sat down, and the eyes of all of them that were in the synagogue were fastened on him.
Why? Because there was an energy to him.
You sound like my man Michael Jackson.
Why?
Yeah, that shit just hit my head like that.
That's human nature. That's human nature.
that was divine nature upon your house side. Why?
Oh man.
Precept to back that up.
Israel, man. Sometimes we know, Israel, we can be a bunch of clowns sometimes.
Yeah, we do things. Sometimes we look back at our videos and stuff, we bust out laughing. But
Yeah.
there's a method to all the madness anyway. Don't matter.
Most High has a sense of humor as well.
Yeah.
If I may, this precept to back up all this, what we're saying. 1 Corinthians 14 verse 33. For the Most High is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all the churches of the saints. So things have to be done decently and in order. These pastors talking about they can get a word that's not in the scriptures, man. It's like they don't really value the Bible in their churches, man. The pastor values his handkerchief more than he values the scriptures, man.
But you know,
That's his crutch, man.
But you know, they don't value the scriptures because you got a lot of these churches, man. A lot of these so-called, I won't say a lot, but you got a reason why so-called black churches that are turning these things into clubs now. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of that going on where you got women like shaking their ass in the church and it's a whole party set up.
Yeah.
So they don't give a fuck about the scriptures, man.
Yeah. There was a rave we used to go to, not just to, because this back to my memory. The pastor had his church in the daytime. He had his church, and we would go to church. So that would be Sunday, and Saturday nights he used it as a rave hall.
Yeah.
And he used to come. I remember he used to come in and he make sure everything there, everything's in order. But that was the pastor having a rave, renting out the church to the Sandman there with a clear conscience.
That's good. But then on the contrary, they started selling in the temple. How I lost it and got 3 cords and tied them together and started whipping them out of there for selling in the temple. And that was a fulfillment of scripture, by the way. He said the zeal of thy house has encompassed us. And he went up in the temple and saw them selling and making money. He lost it. But then you got a pastor doing a sound rave the day before church. So Sunday morning, you head up in the church and it stinks like the sweat of all the people that was raving in there.
We didn't mind.
So like the foul spirits, the evil spirits that were up in the club, it's still there on the Sunday morning with going up in the church.
He was what you might call, he get on with everybody, and then he probably reasoned on that, the Jesus sat with the tax collectors and all that could be in the back of his mind. But he got on, he came in, the rave, he came there, walked in, and then he walked back out. We knew he was a pastor, man, and he just jump in his nice flash car and go back his business. So it must be worse now. That was like, back in the day.
That's what you call madness, man.
Here's the bit where it said,
This day the scriptures fulfilled.
yeah, and the eyes were fastened.
Yeah, so it says, and he closed the book. This is back in Luke 4 verse 20. And he closed the book and he gave it again to the minister and sat down. And the eyes of all them that were in the synagogue were fastened on him. And he began to say unto them, this day is this scripture fulfilled in your ears. And they all bare him witness and wondered at the gracious words which proceeded out of his mouth.
Yeah, that's why sometimes people will be on the road and they just look at you and it's like, they're in awe of you. Or you speak to them, they're lucky enough to get a few words out of you. And they're just taken aback by what you say. It's because the Spirit of the Lord is upon us. They said the words which came out of his mouth. But they were looking at your house like, wow. Look how he said it. know? Why is that? Because the Heavenly Father put the Holy Spirit on it.
I got a quick piece of it. Yeah, this is on 1 John chapter 2, verse 20, and this just to connect with you just right there. Where it reads, but you have an unction from the Holy One that you know all things. So as you said, primarily that's talking about the Shah, how he was anointed, right, to preach the good tidings, which the word unction also means the same, which means to be anointed. So we've been given the anointing to know every single thing. So when we say that we have the 100% truth, when we say we have the higher degree knowledge, which trumps everything going around us, whether we sound prideful or not, it is what it is. You know, and just like you mentioned, just going back to the point you're making, that when people see us, they know that there's an aura there. Because even my like usually I'll meet one of my neighbors and talk to them in the lift, and when I talk to one of my neighbors and I look at him, he looks uncomfortable, man. He looks uncomfortable when he talks to me. But I'm just humble, like I'm just acting like a regular dude. I'm not trying to act all crazy, but it's just people get uneven with me.
Too high energy for them. Crazy. That's right. The unction to the whole thing, the anointing. Can we go back to
Second Ezra chapter 9 and back to 2, he says, then shalt they understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
So when these people realize it's God, Caleb, hold Matthew 24 and 9. They're gonna persecute us, but then it's also gonna be simultaneously too late for them. Best believe there's a time coming where all the world's economic problems and issues, they're gonna point at us. You have the G20, Emmanuel Macron, and what's her name? Nicola Sturgeon up here in Scotland, and her husband. She's done, and then her husband just got done. He was some other minister or whatever. He just got taken out for some dodgy activity behind the scenes, corruptions. There's coming a time when all these world leaders that you see go to these meetings, world problems are going to be the fault of the Hebrew Israelites because they hate the whole side. That's when brothers are going to be called the T word. Your mugshot's going to go on BBC News, and tonight in at 6, the Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, new information just in. They put a government name, Joey, who goes by such and such, is a team accompanied by his friends, his radical friends. Yeah. And I'll have some video footage of you walking in Tesco's, picking up some fruit, and they'll be making they blow it up in your face and shit.
They got about 700,000 joints on there, man.
Yeah. Last seen in Sainsbury's. Yeah. Crazy. Your mugshots, man.
Shit.
Get that, man. 24 and 9.
Yeah, this is Matthew 24, verse 9. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake.
So they're gonna put some serious stories out there, man. Now they got the AI thing that can replicate songs and voices. You got all kind of labels that go doing the outrage because they'll make let's say two artists that are completely different. I don't know. They'll get like the voice of Drake, to do a Prince song, but in Drake's voice. But the AI is so intelligent, it sounds literally how Drake would sound in real life, man. So now that's messes up the whole game. So labels are reaching out and saying, no, you can't do this, because that pretty much destroys creativity for man. Because AI can do it now. But it shows you how far the technology in AI is that it's ridiculously accurate to the real person. So they can make an AI version of you doing something or saying something that you never said.
Yeah.
That's how the lies are gonna come. They'll have a voiceover,
with a deep fake face.
At Scotland Yard, the recording was played at the court hearing of this brother, this man who goes by such and such, an ancient Semitic language, which they call the Lashawan Kodash, and he said that he's going to do X, 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 Y, Z, which we never said. Or they can take a clip of you and change the words around. Oh, he said he's gonna do this. Yeah. This is why the command came from Elder Apostle Johar to get out of Elf City, man. We're not in the prominent spots, Oxford Street, King's Cross, you know, all these places we used to go, man. Alright? Because they'll say that if you set up a camp in an area like that now, they're liable to say that you was plotting to burn the place down. You know? Like case in point, unless you do a walk and talk or on location and you're not in guard, like we went to a particular location, we didn't put the garments on. Because you put the garments on,
What you doing?
they're trying to blow up the establishment. You know, you'd be stupid to go Big Ben right now and set up camp right outside Church of Westminster Abbey, man. You'd be stupid to do that. Now, if the Spirit has you do a walk and talk or on location and you blend in like a civilian, that's another thing. But to set up camp, you know, with the sign and the garments, you're asking, you're dying for it, like the meme goes. You're begging for it.
Why is a serpent
And harmless as doves. You're asking to get arrested, man. That's why someone we know went up to the Small Hat area and then, you know, got compromised, man. That's silly, man. As the brother just quoted. Wise as serpents, man. And harmless as doves.
To the point when you talk about
You can't teach no more, man. You know? You finish on that page?
Matthew 24:9 again, it says, and then they shall deliver you up to be afflicted and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake.
So the elect are going to be hated, man. Hated. You know, when your name and image goes out there, we're going to be hated individuals for the namesake of Yahweh Shai. Let's go with that. Pull that one where it says, stood stiffly for the name. Go back to the religious.
No, no.
2 9:3. Wherefore, when they shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world,
And that's the spirit. Because if you read Matthew 24, verse 7, it talks about famines, earthquakes, and these things. So all the prophecies are saying the same thing.
in the world, then shalt they understand that the Most High spoke of these things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning.
Yeah, so go on.
No, I'm just going to say the earthquakes all over the world, right? All the so-called, you know, over there they're hitting it. What is it? Oklahoma now. They've got these giant hailstones, man. Those things they get one of them gets you good, solid in the temple that can kill you, man. You know,
Yeah, so that shows the Lord making his return. The Lord is judging this place, man. You know? Alright? Crazy, man. Judgments are going forth. You know?
For then shalt they well understand that the Most High spoke these things from the days that were before there, even from the beginning.
So the nations, before they knew the name of Yahweh was put out there, which we always had, by the way, but what did the nations refer to the God of the Hebrews as? Allah Shadra. Terrible demon-like power, man. You know? So the Most High is going to reintroduce himself to this world as Allah Shadra. Through these storms, these earthquakes. Now we the prophets put the name out there, but how they perceive him and understand him is going to be a demon, terrible power, man. A God that just destroys things because of iniquity, because of sin, because of filth, because of gross darkness, as we read earlier, man. They're going to understand the demon-like terror of Yahweh, man. And it's going to intensify, man. You know? Go on.
2 Corinthians 5 and 2 Corinthians 9 and 5 now. For like as all that made in the world have a beginning and an end, the end is manifest. Even so, the time also of the highest, even plain beginnings in wonder and powerful works and endings in effects and signs.
Ending in effects and signs. So the prophets are out here telling you the deal, man. Been telling you the deal. So when the Lord really lets loose and unleashes on this wicked kingdom, is justified, man. The scripture says, were you angry with the sea? You know, the earth shall roll to and fro like a drunkard. The earth is literally going to be tilting, man. You know, talk about earthquake 7.5, yeah, devastating. The whole earth is gonna be like a seesaw. You know? That's right. This is the day of the Lord, man. And we're out here to tell you that. And we're gonna come with the same message every single week, man. We're gonna tell you every single fucking week. You know, as they say, as each day that God gives. Yeah, each day that God gives, we're gonna tell you the same handful of things, man. When it happens, you people gonna wish you listened, man. You wish you listened. You know, we ain't your Christian church pastors giving you a full good message, you know. And then you got them Israelites that are bugged out too, man, talking about some irrelevant shit. We ain't those dudes, man. Out here telling you that King David played the harp for war size 10 sandals, you know. Just making it up. Just don't say that. We ain't telling you irrelevant shit, man. We're telling you that prophecy is the order of the day, man. Go on, Caleb.
Just a precept before I bring out the second Ezra's one. 1 Corinthians 1 and 21. For after that, in the wisdom of the Most High God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe.
Yeah, so this is foolishness to the world, man. You know, you don't have enough subscribers. Nobody's watching you in person. What's these funny garments you're wearing? You know, when the weather's bad, people mock you. A couple of weeks ago, a scoffer walked past. He didn't stop, but he said it loud enough that as he was walking, you could hear it. It was raining. He goes, "Rain drops, work stops."
For him.
Yeah, for him.
us.
Not for us, man. You know, you got people that just, you know, but through the foolishness of preaching, what did it say? Those who believe.
Yep.
Go read it again.
Come on, this is 1 Corinthians 1 and 21 again. For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe.
Yeah, so the world knew not God. You people don't know God out here. You don't know the Most High. It's alright. The Most High's going to introduce himself to you, man. He's going to let you know what's up, man. You know? So this may seem a foolish thing. We may seem like lowly men, but guess what? This is the highest wisdom out there. Alright? And the elect are the top men on the earth, man. Alright? More important than Barack Obama, George Bush. Alright? More important than the Rothschilds. More important than Trump. What's the other one? Sleepy Joe. You know?
Sleeping at the job.
Yeah, sleeping at the job, man. You know, I'm surprised he took his ass over there to Ireland like a week ago or whatever, and he kind of kept it together, man. I thought he was going to lose his speech and all that. You know, he realized where he was. He probably thought he was at home in his back garden. You know, but he kind of remembered where he was. I'm in Ireland, in the peace treaty. It's up to you guys. You know, all that crap, man. But all these so-called dignitaries, guys like us that jump on buses and trains, you know, go in the supermarkets, as you said, we're the most important men on the earth. And this is the most important information, man. You know, you got top security clearance, MI5,
MI6.
MI6 and all of that. You're not classified. This is above you.
Yeah.
All of that shit. We got the most classified information in the book. Right here.
And
right now.
And I just had to be saying, it's like you can't change it as well because the prophets have been written into the storyline. We're the center of the story. Well, Yahweh Shai is really the center of the storyline, but we're next up after him in terms of importance. So you can't never diminish the importance of the prophets. Now the elites, they know the importance of the prophets, but you regular people out there, you're just thinking, oh, these just guys standing in funny garments, screaming at the top of their lungs, holding Bibles. Look, they don't perceive what is actually really going on. They see with their eyes, but they've got no understanding of the importance.
That's why the scripture says, then shall they know that a
Yeah,
prophet
have been
is
among
among
them.
them. And that's how when they know it, it's going to bring on a very scared emotion over their whole being. You need to say that he was the man of God.
Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 1.
They're going to get scared that they was around you, but so far from you, man. Because they didn't hearken on to what you said to them, man.
Right, so shall I bring out second Ezra's, so it says, let me read from 45, 2 and 45. He answered and said unto me, now let me read 44. Yeah, so 2 Ezra 2:42, and I, Ezra, saw upon Mount Sinai great people whom I could not number, and they all praised the Lord with songs.
And this is the elect. And what's the song that they praise the Lord with?
It's gospel, the good news.
It's true. Yeah, that's right. And then, but when we're beamed up, what's the song? The song is in Deuteronomy and Exodus from Moses.
Yeah, from Moses.
Revelation says that when we're beamed up, we're going to sing the song of the victory song. He crashed them in the sea, their horses and their chariots. It's the same thing. But this time the sea is the sea of fire. You know, and yet there's fight. So in the chariots, we're going to sing the song of Moses for the second time, which is a bigger deliverance than it was in ancient Egypt.
And they all praised the Lord with songs, and in the midst of them there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest, and upon every one of their heads he set crowns.
And that's not me.
That's heavy because I was thinking about that.
And on every one of their heads he set crowns, and he was more exalted, at which I marveled at greatly.
Which is Yahweh Shai. You know, it's a young man, taller than the rest. Yahweh Shai is going to be in his prime. You know, we're all going to be in our prime. But in the kingdom, the tallest of us will be Yahweh Shai. And he set crowns upon the heads of those who what? Read that last verse again.
And I, Ezra, saw upon Mount Sinai a great people whom I could not number,
Which are the elect.
and they all praised the Lord with songs.
Yeah.
And in the midst of them there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest, and upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and he was more exalted, at which I marveled at greatly.
So Yahweh Shai is going to be way, way, way more decked out, way more exalted than the elect in the kingdom. But still, he's going to pay the coin. He's going to pay the penny. He's going to give the reward. He said he would. He's going to place crowns upon the heads of those men, the elect. That's the coronation service. Next month they got
Charlie Boy, yeah.
Charlie Boy,
Play 6.
you know, play 6 man. Okay, he's gonna have. And it's actually funny because Charlie Boy wears the crown. Charlie Boy wears the crown. Yeah. Was it last week sometime? Early hours of the morning, I was driving through Weston right by Big Ben, and a few hours before that, they had the rehearsal of the guards doing their procession, and I just about missed it. You know, glad anyway. I didn't want to see that shit, man. Demonic vibration anyway. But yeah, they were practicing from May the 6th. You know how the horses are gonna walk through the city, the procession. You know, all right. We ain't fucking going down. You know, with that type of shit, man. Up there in the cathedral, man. All kind of crap. So, yeah.
Like, not to interrupt you, just to add to what you're saying, you know a lot of Jake Crewmen are going to be watching that much.
Of course they.
And they're going to get all up in the spirit of it and be waving their little Union Jack flags and shit.
His mother would be proud.
Yeah. Or crying.
Yeah. You know. But really, they still love the Queen, man. They still love Elizabeth, man. So they're going to be like, oh, his mother would be proud. Yes, you know. And they knowing them, they're gonna get some Jake guy to do some sermon like they did for the other wedding.
Yeah.
You know, just to make Jake still whipped on that
Yeah.
shit. Oh yeah, and the bishop, he preached a beautiful sermon in the cathedral.
To make us feel included.
Yeah, included, man. You know. Alright. Well, it ain't gonna be like that, man. The coronation of the elect is gonna be a completely different, righteous, a proper coronation.
That's right.
But you know, speaking about the coronation, I was reading one article on the Guardian, and what they were saying was that it's going to be a struggle to get a lot of people at the coronation. It's going to be some struggle with it. A lot of people not that interested in seeing King Charles III, his name is.
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't really have that attitude like they used to about the royal family.
Yeah, the monarchy.
Well, actually, no, I got a family friend here. That's I mean, I like the guy. I love the guy, man. I'm honest, close family friend, but he's got to be too skin. You know, he's kind of halfway up there in society, right? He got invited to a funeral. On the official letter, basically it was conveying exactly what the elder's saying. We're trying to make numbers, man.
Wow.
So if you're halfway made it in this world, you can go to the Queen's funeral.
Wow.
But they're trying to make numbers because nobody gives a fuck, man. Nobody really cares, man.
Yeah, that's what the article was basically going into, because the numbers ain't enough. So if, and you know, the reason why a lot of people are not interested into the you know, this modern day monarchy, because it's really to do with Charles.
Yeah.
Charles has like this soft spirit that no one likes, but the queen, she's like a different. She has a, you know, she has more of a you know, a likable kind of character to her, and that's why a lot of people like her instead, and they would rather join, you know, her, you know, whatever she's doing, they rather join it. But when it comes to Charles, no one really takes a liking to him.
And Charles can't really do anything, man.
Nah.
They released that clip behind the scenes in the office. He was signing with the ink pen, and the pen started leaking. He goes, "Oh damn it! Oh no!" Yeah, can't even hold a fucking pen properly, man.
You got them sausage fingers.
The
too,
sausage fingers, man.
And he was getting the dates from and shit.
Yeah, Charles ain't got it, man. And that's the thing. Everyone knows Charles ain't got it. And then what makes it worse is Andrew with his whole malarkey. So basically, it was the Queen was the last person that was rated.
Yeah.
After that, her offspring, they don't give a fuck about
Nah,
that.
they don't care. Yeah.
Nobody talk about the youngest. Nobody likes William. Everybody hates Kate. You know.
When they tried to go to the Caribbean and shit.
Yeah. They got run out of there, man. You know.
Like I mean, if I'm honest, the two people that was like among the you know, the two people that was like among that up was what is it, my man
Harry and Meghan.
Harry and Meghan, and well, they didn't take the liking to Meghan too much.
Meghan, yeah.
But Harry and the Queen, you know, they got the most positive remarks. But if them two, yeah, excuse me, if the Queen was still around and he was still around within that album, the people would like it. But because it's Harry and it's the brother, you know, they don't like it. Man.
Well, come on and say this, man. There's actually whatever, man. You know, I might get a knock at the door tonight, but them two, they ain't got the same dad.
Yeah.
No.
Harry's a Jake and William is an Edomite.
You can just tell if they stand next to each other, you can see it's two different spirits.
Yeah.
Harry wrote his new book, right? I haven't read it, you know. It's not that, I mean, I could have read it, but I mean, you know, if I was a reader, I probably would have read it. But anyway, now he's come out and he said that they, Edward, he's one of them. Harry is the one who's potentially a Jake, and the other one is Edward, is the other one. William, yeah? He's the older brother. So he's got more of that right wing. He said that he tried to fight with him.
Yeah,
He pushed him over, and it's all in the book, man. It's into the book.
I saw that bit, yeah.
So they're not happy with Harry because he wrote this book, siding with Meghan, and Meghan's got her side of the story about the family too. And it's just, you know, even the Queen has got her little things that slowly but surely coming out. You know, talking about racism and all that. But she said that she's really treated really badly by the family. So things are coming out slowly but surely. All of the most sides will. But the point is, the monarchy is losing its power, its authority, its likability.
I could be wrong.
Because of that.
I could be wrong. But if you read Harry's spirit, he's just a rebellious Benjamin. He's just a white Benjamin. Like he's just loose, man. He's just only doing his own thing. He left the family for his woman. Who would do anything for their woman? Them, man. He just do anything, man.
Well, like, he was getting down in Jamaica.
He was getting down in Jamaica, man. He was popping women when he was in his teens, man. Big women, man. He even put that in the book. He lost his virginity to a big ass woman, man. You know, he put it out there, man. You know, he put it out there. He was fucking big women when he was in his teens, and he lost his virginity to women in their 30s or something like that. When he was a teenager, man. He went to Jamaica and fit right in. You know? See, he could dance, man. You know? When William went there, he was, and what's her name? I was about to say Margaret. The other one, Theresa May. Oh no. She can't dance for shit. You know? She was doing that real boy. Yeah. You know? But then Harry goes over there. You know Jake, man, we're pranksters. He went on the track with Usain Bolt, yeah? And he tapped him on the shoulder like this and distracted him. Then he took off and ran. Only a Jake would make a joke like that, man. He supplanted him, but then you got William here. He goes there, he does that stupid Edomite smile.
Yeah.
With a cake. Oh, so this is jerk chicken. Bro, you're stiff, man. You're a fucking Edomite, man.
Square.
You know, they ain't got the same dad, man.
Lighten up, man. Loosen up like your brother, man. When Mom was doing the funeral, my mum was strutting cool and calm.
Yeah.
She said, what? My man's what? You're the only one that had to be a swag about it.
Edomite shit. When the Queen died, yeah, I remember they had lying in states where everyone could just walk past the coffin, yeah. Only Edomite faints from standing up, man.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that guard, he just fell over.
Yeah.
No power, no energy, no nothing, no rhythm. They get tired from the standing up.
Because you know why they get tired from standing up? Because they always intensity when they stand up.
Yeah, they're always
It's stiff,
Yeah, tense, yeah.
stiff, man. Stiff, relax, man. Calm down like Harry showing you setting the example.
Just so man, relax.
And that's why in the kingdom, man, we gonna have Hamites doing therapy classes for Edomites. Just relax, man.
You know,
chill.
brother, in their defense, when it comes to relaxing, they're gonna get their ass whooped so bad.
So
Yeah.
They're gonna be even more stiff.
Yeah.
They might get the short shot.
Yeah, you read, man. We're taking a kid.
Right. Back in the second Ezra's, so it says, and I asked the angel and
And
said,
since we're
sir,
talking about them, for what it's worth, Diana was an inside job. Right? Diana was an inside job. There's actually files on it, man. Diana, when they killed her, it was an inside job, man. Because she was a Jake. That's why they were upset that Charles married her, man. Because even though they knew she looked like an Edomite, they knew something about her spirit was different.
Yeah, she had a very free spirit, didn't she?
Yeah,
She had some.
And she needed to be out there and be let. And she said it was like slavery being locked up with her husband, that stiff husband.
That shows the Lord, yeah. The Lord can actually, like, even in this day and age, man, the Lord got Jake infiltrating these family lines. You can't do away with us, man. In your own monarchy, the Great British Empire, you got Jake up in there fucking up the royal family, man. Diana was messing it up.
She had an aura about her too.
Yeah, yes, yeah. But I mean, I wasn't there. I wasn't on the scene. I can't be talking like that. But you know, just watching videos of her, you can see it, man. I had a family member again. You know, careful of my kind of people that's doing these high-end jobs, man. I know they'll sell my ass out. They actually dealt with the paperwork concerning autopsy, man. You know, and they said yes, it's confirmed. There's no way this is death from a car crash. They put her ass in that tunnel, they clipped her, and they crashed the car on purpose, and then made it look like she died in a car crash, man. You know, because the numbers, science can't lie, man. You know, you know, forensics on a person, right? All the injuries was just not car crash injuries. What's going on there, man? But she was a Jake. You know how Jake women are. They'll sneak around. She got with the Arab, man.
Yeah, women, them like some flavour, man. They want that, you know. No, but even Edomite women like a bit of flavour, you know. Still,
Of course they do.
She might be a Jake, but you know, even Edomite women, they like flavour. That's why they go to. You see them in Chinese shops, you see them in the Jamaican shops, you see them in the Indian shops. You know, I'm just saying that, and they like to dab a little, spice it up a little.
What it was, Charles wasn't
So
doing
even
it.
if she was a Jake, she could have been doing that.
Yeah, Charles
I mean,
wasn't doing
an
it.
Edomite woman, yeah.
Charles was not laying it down properly. She got upset with that whole, because what did they say? The royal family's a business. It's a very strictly run business. She got upset with that. She's a free spirit Israelite, looking like a white woman, man. Alright? And then she did her own thing. That's why her son is doing his own thing, man. They're upset with Harry, man.
And you know what too? They already knew she had an affair with King Charles. They already knew because she had this guy Harry by a different dude.
Yeah. And it's clear as day, man. They don't look like nothing alike, and their spirits are different, man. It's clear as day. Even the way Harry talks sometimes, you can see like he has to force putting on that Queen's English. Because they get taught how to speak, you know, the top English. He sometimes he slips up and he's just talking regular, man. You know? And Anyway,
Right, back in
you know why I say he's a Benjamite as well? Because there was that clip running around here of one time he was doing a BBC interview and he was serving in the army, and then he got a call on his radio mid-interview, and then he just took the shit off here and literally just ran from the interview back to the battlefield, man. The scriptures speak about Benjamin being a ravening wolf, man. Benjamin known for being war ready, man. He's sitting down there with BBC out there in Afghanistan somewhere. He got a call on the radio and he was off. If it was William, yeah, they'll sort it out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm doing an interview with the BBC, so everybody back home can know I'm a soldier.
Yeah.
Now fuck that, man. How he took the shit off and ran, man. What Edomite's gonna do that?
Back in 2nd Ezra 2, I got to verse 44.
You gotta look at it from an Edomite's perspective, yeah. Bless the Most High and thank the Most High that we're Israelites. But if we weren't here, I understand their anger. I actually understand why they'd want to be us, man. Like, you're just made levels and leagues beneath us. The promises given unto us, our future, is leagues and levels above yours. Like, I genuinely understand why they hate our guts, man. You know? That's why the scripture says, not because you were the biggest, but you were the smallest of all nations. All we can say is, thank the Lord we're Israelites, man. Because if it was another nation, I genuinely get the hate they have for us, man. Because the Lord is biased in his creation.
And you know why as well, that Esau has a genuine hatred for us as well, because it all goes back to one thing and one thing only. What happened concerning, you know, the sacrifice which Cain and Abel did. And pretty much Canaan was Canaan. Canaan was hating on Abel because he gave the correct sacrifice. So that jealousy stemmed all the way from that point. And then that spirit kind of came through when through Jacob and Esau, which is nothing more than Cain and Abel coming back.
The birthright.
Yeah. So that hatred that runs deep, that had run deep in his veins, of course, came through their descendants.
Yeah.
And now they're hating on us. But now they know for more of a surety as to why they do hate us, because hey, we're bringing out the truth that the Heavenly Father already placed his covenant upon us and given us this knowledge and this understanding, but beforehand chose us, and that's what we're saying. So this is why if you notice, a lot of people when they come and see us, they already know what it is. They've already done their research already about the Israelites and everything else.
The Israelites.
And they already know what it is, man. They know that the Lord chose us. They know they're doing. That's why they're jealous, man.
Get that scripture where it says, in the places of their captivity, they be called the sons of the living power.
Yeah, what was saying?
Let's get that.
I got a quick one for you. Matthew chapter 25 and 31 says, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory.
Yeah.
The holy angels I'm thinking about, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael. These are the mighty angels. And carry on reading. It says that in 32. It says, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, and as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats.
The elect of Israel is going to come out. Then shall it be no deal my chosen. There's going to be no great, is he a son of the Most High? Is he one of the? No. It's going to be made clear who's who and what's what. You got that, bro?
Yep. Hosea 1 verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered, and it shall come to pass.
That's how we managed to get up in your royal family. You know, we was already the royal family before anyway, but when you Edomites took over shit, we still managed to get up in there. You know, because where is the sand of the sea, man? You know, you're more likely to run into a jail than any other nation. Straight facts, man. You're gonna run, and then once you've hit like the prototype Israelite, you got to think about the Israelite foreigners. So we're more than any other nation, man. Wherever you go, you're gonna find Israelites, man. You go China, you know, you're gonna find Israelites. You're gonna go India, you're gonna find Israelites, man. You go Germany, you're gonna find Israelites. You go Australia, you're gonna find Israelites. Wherever you go, you're gonna find a remnant of the seed of Israel. which really is a curse unto us, but in the grand scheme of things, it's turned out as a blessing. Because wherever you go, we vex your setup. You can't get rid of us, man. We're the virus you can't delete off the computer, man. Turn it off. It won't come off. Wherever you go, we're there, man. That's why the scripture says, if I go into the depths of the sea, lo, you are there. That's why they hate us. Everywhere they turn, they're reminded of this, man.
Right.
Do you know how upsetting that is? Everywhere you turn, you're reminded of your downfall.
Yeah.
But you know, speaking about that, one guy actually said, man, I just came from the States, and he's from the States.
Yeah.
So this is when me and the Elder the Water was speaking on in Brooks.
I remember.
Right. So he came over and he said, "Oh man, so I just came up to you guys in America. Now I'm meeting y'all over here in the UK. You know."
He took that British Airways flight.
Yeah.
He didn't escape. Yeah, he got to Heathrow, Gatwick, you know, and then came right to Brixton to find the same
another camp.
So the word of the Lord has gone out. That's prophecy, man.
And that was back in 2014.
Oh well, there you go.
You know what? Salaki Elder, I can actually add to that story. I had a friend of mine when I was in the world, a guy who I was close to. When I was coming into the truth, I was trying to tell him about it. He'd recently been to America. Oh, I saw some guys in America and they were saying what you were saying.
Backwards and forwards.
There you go. You can't escape it, man. The word of the Lord has gone out. This gospel shall be preached to the whole world, and then shall the end come. Finish with that.
Yeah, Hosea again, and it says, and it shall come to pass that in the place where it is said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God.
Yeah. So it's been said to us how? Through slavery. You know, when you go to school now they're wiping out education on the transatlantic slave trade period. But when I was in school, black people go as far as the ships.
Yeah. They just turned up.
Yeah, they just turned up. We were just there, running around doing nothing apparently.
Apparently swinging through trees like
Swinging
monkeys.
through trees. Yeah. Although who was it that went over there? Was it Columbus? And he took those Hebrew translators and stuff. They said these people have customs very similar to that of the biblical Hebrews. Not that point, but apparently we were just swinging from trees, doing nothing. Then you civilized us, apparently, gave us the new world, and put us in slavery. No, the place where it was said, "Ye are not my people," there it shall be said, "You are the sons of the living power." This is why it's imperative the truth started in America. The truth couldn't start in England. You know, where the British are now. It had to start in the landmass of America, because that is the land predominantly, all right, for the most part, where we serve captivity. The bitterest of our captivity. So where it started, where it all happened, that's where it had to be established first. You are the sons of the living power.
If I may add to that point, which is it's very important, because that's also where Judah and Ephraim were oppressed together.
Yeah.
So it's you know that is where the majority of us were in captivity. So it's only natural that it would come out of Babylon. Shall I read on? Actually, I think it's he said, yeah, you're the sons of the living God. Yeah, I finished that one.
No.
I was holding 2nd Ezra 2 about the Harashine Reportion. Do you want me to read that, or
Go on with that.
right? So back in 2nd Ezra 2 and 44, so I asked the angel and said, "Sir, what are these?" And he answered and said unto me, "These be they that have put off the mortal clothing and have put on the immortal, and they have confessed the name of God, and now they are crowned and receive palms."
That's going to be to our final destination, is to be crowned if we're found continuing in the belief of the scriptures. If, right? Because at any given moment in time, any one of us can fall out. You know, so like scriptures also mentioned in the book of it says the same thing in the book of Revelations, the 2nd chapter as well. Right? That whosoever, I believe it's 2 and 10, where it reads, yeah, please get that out.
61.
Where it says that the devil shall cast some of you into prison, and thou shalt be tried 10 days, and
faithful, and thou shalt receive a
crown of life. So that's the end result of the saints, really. So, like when you really look at it from an overall perspective, we've already won. The story of life has already been set up for us to win in the very end. And you're gonna have brothers that's gonna be in this thing that may fall out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the end of the gospel. No, the gospel is still ongoing, and pretty much you're gonna have the very few that's gonna win in the gospel, and they're gonna bear witness and experience all of the blessings of that which is of the gospel. All right, and it's gonna be us. Okay.
Revelation 10:11.
Yes.
Right, so it says, fear none of these things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried. And ye shall have tribulation 10 days, to be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life.
Right, be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. So I was watching the live that Apostle Hard did, right? And he was going over a couple of guys that was within this thing of Israel, and they're not doing any videos. Like there was a guy that he was speaking about, and this is the guy that I found the truth with, Bakwash, the 14th Street. I landed upon him, watched this videos and everything, you know, got the basics, and then the Spirit led me to go watch straight Millstone. But just to say this though, he was doing his thing for a minute, but then he left the scene eventually. He left the scene, so he didn't continue on to the very end. That's the whole point of this ministry. When you get into it, you gotta endure to the end, and then you will receive the reward. Not when you do half of the work and then you think you're going to receive the reward. No, it don't work like that. You got to finish this thing to the very end.
It's like running a marathon, isn't it? Like when you look at people when they're giving out the awards for who won the marathon, nobody's giving an award to the guy, oh, you ran 20 miles,
right,
or you ran 50 miles. It's like the person who ran to the complete end.
That's right.
Go on, brother. This is in Romans chapter 8 and start from 28, and it says, and we know that all things work together for the good of them that love Yahweh,
right,
to them who are called according to his purpose.
Right. All things will work together with those who are called for his purpose, that love the Mashiach, the Hamashiach. So we operate in the Spirit, then the Spirit will operate in us. And I mean, like, there's many different things that these brothers go through. Sometimes the spirit of doubt will come in. You know, sometimes situations will occur and give you that kind of mentality. Oh man, maybe I'm not good enough, or whatever negative mindset comes after that. So it's really between you and the Mashiach Yahweh Shah that you pray to, that, you know, you get up and you continue on. Because this is not going to be an easy road. It's going to be a hard road. And that's just something that you have to prepare your mind for. All the time, really, like, you can have a good time, but expect that things are going to go left. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be easy. Even if you try to make it easy, it's not going to be easy. You know what I'm saying? So there's some of these things that brothers think about. It's really just Satan, as we already know. It's just the devil that's just doing his job. Go on, brother. Reiterate that point.
Yeah. I'll read it again and then I'll carry on. And we know that all things work together for the good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose. 29. For whom he did foreknew, he also did predestinate,
right,
to be conformed to the image of his Son,
right,
that he might be the firstborn among many brethren.
That's it. That's talking about the Yahweh Shai now. It's like this. But the point I'm making is this. The Most High, read that first verse again.
28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying earlier before. All things are good to those that love the Most High, right?
Yeah.
So how do you love the Most High? By demonstrating it by your acts. All right? Because you can say you love the Most High, but what are you doing about that? You know? Like, people, they'll walk past us, and I'm really speaking on the people that's on the side, or those that are the seat of the side, and walk past us. What are they really showing by their actions? They hate the Most High. That's what they're showing. If you can't, give me the book of Proverbs 13 and 13. So you can say a word and then do something else. The Lord is looking at your actions, and as well as the Most High is looking in your intent.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 13. Whoso despiseth the word shall be destroyed.
Right.
But he that feareth the commandment shall be rewarded.
Right, but whoso feareth the commandment shall be rewarded. Because you fearing the commandment is in tandem with you fearing the Lord. So if you fear the Lord and you do what the Lord tells you to do, then in tandem also, by default, you love him. Go on.
This is Matthew 15 verse 8. This people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoureth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me.
Right, but their heart is far from it. Why? Because they're not doing it. They're hearers of the word, but they're not doing that which is of the word. And you got a lot of guys that's watching us right now. A couple of guys that's probably watching us right now that have known about this thing for 5 years, 8 years, but they've been on the sidelines for that long. They didn't set up a page or some kind of sort of camp to basically demonstrate and showcase that they love the Most High through faith. And then all of a sudden they on the ready and they want to get the teaching. No, you should have been ready when you were studying this thing for like a couple of months or 2 years in. For the most part, just going to be real about it. You know? Yeah, so we got to get Bubba for sure.
Matthew 15 verse 8 again and verse 9 as well. This people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoureth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me.
Right, but their heart is far from me. So it's understandable that you got a lot of us that are going through different things, sicknesses and what have you. But I mean, if you ain't that sick to where you can speak, you can stand up, you can do the basic things, then you should be able to teach the word. Okay, you got brothers that have severe ailments to where they can't really teach, so they have to be on the sidelines to support. You got them brothers, but then you got brothers that may have an issue with their speech, but you got brothers that do have that issue, and they do the best that they can with it. Okay, they still kind of able-bodied the way they can muscle through. Go on, brother.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 7. Unless I should be exalted above measure through the abundance of the revelations that was given to me, a thorn in the flesh.
Right, a thorn in the flesh. And the reason why we have thorns in the flesh is to keep us level, man. To keep us humble, because if we don't have no kind of holdbacks, no obscurities, then we're going to be too all over the place and proud and too combusted. So the Lord said, okay, I'm going to level y'all, and then that's how you're going to teach.
The messenger of Satan to buffet me, lest I should be exalted above measure.
Right, and he mentioned the messenger of Satan to buffet you. You see, you could be puffed up in the spirit, and then Satan can intensify that pride in you, and you go way off the handle. Hey man, look at Nate. Nate's declaring himself to be likened unto the Lord. The nigga's on a high horse all of a sudden.
Who's that nigga on that neck?
Right, who's that nigga on that neck? Like my man Samuel said, right, on Django Unchained. So he's on that high horse right now, man, because the Most High ain't really dealing with him. Satan's dealing with him. Okay, but that's not to say that the Lord can't have him come back. He can probably come back. It remains to be seen. Okay, but he's going way off the handle right now because of that pride. So the Lord did us, whether we see it as a disservice or not, the Lord did us a favor by giving us a thorn or some form of a disability, a thorn that holds us back, so that we can continue on and have to keep the right state of mind. Because if you don't have the right kind of state of mind, you're not a part of the elect. You're going to go off the handle.
Another point, Elder, is despite Paul having the thorn in the flesh and he prayed for it to go away 3 times, he never packed it in. Because he was talking about being able-bodied, but still having sicknesses. He never said, I'm sick.
Yeah, he didn't make the excuse. Yeah. He still went forward. Go on, brother. You can read that book of Sean.
Again, this is 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 7. And lest I should be exalted above measure through the abundance of the revelations that was given to me, a thorn in the flesh.
And I mean, if you look at Paul's writings, man, he did a whole lot of work with the thorn. So just imagine if he didn't have the thorn, it would have been too much, man. He would have been too much of a spirit to deal with, man. So the Lord had to level him. Because when you're leveled, you're brought down to reality. And that's when you got to remain in state, is in the reality form. Once you step out reality, man, and you become a victim of your own kind of, pseudo mind, or your pseudo thoughts, and it takes over eventually. Because when someone has that megalomaniac state of mind, man, that pride, can no one tell you anything? What happens when can no one tell you anything? You self-combust, man. You destroy yourself.
Well, preacher, please.
Go on, bro.
Second Ezra chapter 7 and straight to the point. 57 says, no, 56. For while we lived and committed iniquity, we considered not that we should begin to suffer for it after death.
Yeah, read it again.
Second Ezra, I'll read it again. 55. Second Ezra 7, 55. 56. For while we lived and committed iniquity, we considered not that we should begin to suffer for it
Yeah, because
after
of that
death.
pride. Because most of Israel were prideful in this. They were doing whatever they wanted to do. They dealt with things that made them feel a certain way, right? That felt good ultimately. Go on.
57.
So they didn't consider that they were actually sinning. Go on.
Then answered he me and said, this is the condition of the battle, which man that is born upon the earth shall fight.
Right. Which is a condition of man that a man should fight. So we're here to fight. And that's the ultimate thing you gotta fight. It's the flesh. So the flesh is nothing more than a holdback. Like we want to do this, we want to do that, but doesn't allow us to do it. Like Paul said, Paul spoke about that. The variance between the spirit and the flesh. The thing that I do not, I wind up doing, and the thing that I don't want to do, I wind up doing. In my own words, in my understanding. That's what he said. So we're going to do the same thing. Why? Because we gotta be in balance mode. Let's just say we have a high octane spirit and a well-working body. It'll be too much, man. It'll be way too much. Go on, brother.
Say, it will be, what's the word? Everything was so plain sailing and a bowl of cherries. You'd become, what's the word when someone is undefeated? Someone has never been lost in the battle.
Complacent.
Yeah, you'd be undisputed, you'd be invincible because you never had a real, everything's so easy.
Yeah.
So it's no longer a fight.
No.
So therefore you think you'd be able to walk your way into the kingdom.
Right.
And that wouldn't be a battle, we wouldn't be fighting.
No.
Like sometimes, like before camping saying sometimes you could just forget things, which the Most High is taking certain things out of your mind. So therefore you haven't got a perfect memory. So you're aware that you're not perfect. The Most High then sometimes I'm doing videos and the Most High just took something out of my head. And I said, what I realized is that don't stop the video, because I used to because of my condition and my memory, I used to start all over again the video. But what I do, I just carry on now. I forgot it, which I learned from the brothers, and the Most High puts it back into your head. Or he might put another word, an even better thing back into your head. But it's all ultimately to remind you that the Most High aiding you doing the video.
Yeah, it's not you.
And you got to let the spirit sometimes allow that to happen. Your brothers know brothers will know none of us are perfect. We have our own we have our own standards that we have our own battles that we're all contending with. Brothers make allowances to that too. But then if you do make a serious mistake, you can come back and you can correct it anyway.
You can always come back and do it again.
But ultimately, the Most High help keeping our feet on the ground, so that none of our videos we can say, well, I know how to do it so easy, I'm going to do it anytime I want. Let me say what one of the elders said. Sometimes when the Spirit's not with you, he said, sometimes that the Most High letting you know that every time you call upon the Spirit, don't think that's always going to be there. He's not accessible anytime he wants it. It's up to him whether he's going to give you the Spirit.
Because what happens is, that's it. Because what happens is, let's just say, like you mentioned, I was thinking about this. If we didn't have nothing to fight, then it wouldn't really give appreciation what we're fighting for. You appreciate something that you're fighting for when you do get it. Excuse me. When you get something that you're fighting for, you appreciate it because you know how much you can fight or hard that it took for you to get. So something that's easily accessible to you, you don't appreciate that. So that's why the Lord had to really bring us down low, so that we can fight again and pretty much start from the left to the right. And so when we do get that, we can appreciate the kingdom, like Elder Yaakov said.
You're going, brother. Verse 8, and it says, for this thing I besought the Lord thrice, that it might depart from me. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness.
Right, for my strength is made perfect in weakness.
Boom. That was what I was trying to say. The scripture said it.
So that's the condition that we have to undergo. We have to fight within ourselves and fight all of the elements which goes with this life. But therefore, what we are made strong in our weakness. Because with much resistance, you do become strong. Like also it says in the scriptures that exercise profit but it little, but it gets profit. Because you're working your body to get the physique you want. Okay, you can't get the physique you want just sitting on your ass. You know, playing video games all day and watching TV, soap opera, whatever how you watch it.
And then saying diet still work.
Yeah, that's not how you're gonna get it, man. So we gotta do some more of that. For sure.
Read verse 8 again. 2 Corinthians 12 and 8. For this thing I besought the Lord thrice,
Right.
that it might depart from me. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly therefore will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Yahushua may rest upon me.
Yeah, and that's the kind of spirit we gotta have. It's hard, you know. It's easy for me to say, but it's also hard to deal with too. But you have to find it in your mind to accept what the Lord is giving you. Cursing and blessing. Go on, brother.
Therefore I take pleasure in infirmities, in reproaches, in necessities, in persecutions, in distresses for Yahweh's sake. For when I am weak, then am I strong.
Exactly. So that's very telling right there. He's basically saying that all of his stresses, all the things that made him to be under stress, it was all to do with him doing it for Yahweh. So when we go through our different difficulties or the sicknesses of the body or whatever it is, you gotta always keep in mind that we were chosen and given the opportunity to actually suffer for Yahweh. No one gets to do that. How many people get to suffer for the anointing? A lot of us, for one, a lot of people don't even get the opportunity to be in this truth. But we've been given the opportunity to be in this truth and to suffer for the Lord. Okay, that's why you got to think about it. Go on, brother.
To back up the elder's point, there was a guy that asked the Lord to join, and the Lord said no.
And he was sick.
Yeah.
Go on, man.
This is Proverbs 24 verse 16. For a just man falleth 7 times and riseth up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief.
But the wicked shall fall into mischief. And I mentioned he was sick because he was telling the sick. So he could have had the sick follow him. And the sick could have took that as a way of, serving the Lord through their sickness. But the Lord didn't want it because they were not a part of the elect. They were none of the elect. So we have to be appreciative of where we're at in our office. Very important. Like, because a lot of the times we can forget about that and get so caught up in our own personal thoughts and ideas of things, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. We all do what I do. So if you can, somebody get Proverbs 4, where the scripture says, "Lean not unto thine own understanding." Because when you get in that
Proverbs 3 verse 5 is.
Yeah, because when you get in that bounce of depression, you start saying things and acting on a particular thought that you really have no business acting on. Or saying things you have no business saying. Go on, bro.
This is Proverbs 3 verse 5. Trust in Yahweh with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding.
And that's what we have to apply. And I speak to myself first and foremost. That's what I have to apply, and the rest of this that's in the camp and outside of the camp have to apply. Trust in the Lord. Place all your burdens on him. Because at the end of the day, it was him that gave you those burdens to do. So you gotta go to him. You can't, I can try and do this, or if I had this, if I had that. No. Those thoughts gotta come out of your mind, and you gotta basically revert back to the scriptures.
Back to basics.
Yeah. Like what was Micah's statement? His statement was this, is that I will bear the indignation of the Lord until he plead my cause.
Yeah, Micah 7 and 9.
Yeah, go on.
1 Corinthians 10 and 13. There hath no temptation taken you, but such as is common to man.
Right.
But the Most High is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able, but will with the temptation also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it.
And just like the elder said, every brother has a threshold. So the Lord, it's not like the Lord has given you a disability or an obstruction. Let me use that word instead. That you can't do it. You can do it, man. Just do it. Because you complaining and moaning about it. Guess what? You can't do nothing about it anyway. You can't change it. You don't have the power to change it. So you have to just deal with it, man. And you know, I watched a little bit of Yashalam's video, and you know, I was edified on that because I was feeling some kind of way when that video came out. It came out in the right time. That video, man. You know, so we gotta just, right? He used to say, what was the saying? He said, hey, you gotta play the cards you get dealt. You know,
Take your one.
because we all got cards, and we gotta play the cards, man. Whether they be good cards or bad cards. You know?
Read that last bit again, and it says, the Most High is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that you're able, but will with the temptation also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it.
Right, that he may be able to bear it. Because the conclusion is just, the Lord has not appointed us unto wrath, but he appointed us unto salvation. So if he gave us a temptation we couldn't deal with, then how are we going to be able to obtain salvation? We're not going to be able to do it because it's all about his will. Everything is in the will of the Lord. Your sufferings, your good times is all throughout his will. All of these things that we're experiencing in this life, it was already spoken of before the foundations of the world. So you as a measly individual cannot change them. Okay? He created all of this existence, good and bad, heaven and hell. Right? So you have to deal with it, man. If you can deal with the bad side of the law, then surely you be deserving to deal with the good side of the law. Yeah. You know? You gotta prove this. Hey, like the scripture says, you can't, compliment a friend that you first know, but you gotta prove it. Going on.
This is in Wisdom of Solomon 12. It says, chapter 16 and verse 12 says, for it was neither herb nor multiplying plaster that restored them to health, but thy word, O Lord, which healeth all things.
Right, exactly. Read that again.
Yeah, man. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 and 12 says, for it was neither herb nor multiplying plaster that restored them to health, but thy word, O Lord, which healeth all things.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. It's the word. The word is the comforter, as well as the word is the healer. So you got many physicians out there, so-called, right? That are going to tell you that they're top qualified official doctors and all of this stuff, right? And they got everything you need for you to heal. Guess what? You can take on what they're saying, but eventually you're still not going to be healed either. The real healing comes from the word. Hey, you could be a good official herbalist, man. And you take the herbs that you know that's a good concoction. It's up to the Lord to heal you. What this is basically going into is that the word is the healer. All right? Because this is about the Lord demonstrating his power. That's why he made us speak, so that we can be ruled by his power and to understand that he is the high power.
Because all those things, like you got the herbs, you got certain kind of exercise you can do. That's just like a vessel. What the Most High will aid you. You can aid through those things to bless you with his word.
Yeah.
And I was looking into the Hebrew. Rapanaya means heal me. Yeah. Rapanaya in the Hebrew, that's heal. So getting into some of them Hebrew words as well, which is another vessel. The Most High said that Hebrew has force. And I'm experimenting, but ultimately whatever we're doing, Most High can bless those things via the word, and it's the word that we did it in anyway. But we're making the first effort, making the first steps to the Most High blessing us with the word.
That's right, man. Because you could be a brother that takes all of the herbs in the world versus a brother that's just medium with his diet. And he could be more healthier than the guy that takes all of the right herbs and all that. Right? To what? To demonstrate and to show, look, it's me that's running this. Like Benjamin said, we all run things. So
But it's true though. Like you go in the world, yeah, people eating cheeseburgers, all these various things, and they're going to the doctors and getting a full bill of health. And then you got brothers that eat right and shit, still fucked up.
Yeah. Facts, man. So that's just to show that look, we're just men, and we can't really get too ahead of ourselves, man. That's why the Lord jacked us up and made us the way that we are, partially, but originally to do with our sins. right. So yeah, that's all I want to say now. I want to change the topic a little bit because what I want to get into is this Turkish individual. He mentioned that the whole world hates America. So I want to kind of get into that right there. And I sent it on the chat. One of you brothers can read that. Yeah. That's all right. That's all right. And then someone get me yeah. It's the Book of Obadiah 1. Verse 1 to verse and you get me Isaiah, I think it's 14 and 15. Yeah, what verse is? I want the other two to be read first. Yeah, so just bear with us.
This is some website, and it says the whole world hates America. Turkish interior, and it says the world has lost love for America. Effort to impose its culture and values on the planet.
Read a little bit louder.
The world has no lost. What is that? He's trying to say that the world ain't got no love for America, and the West's effort, ain't the best. And the West's effort to impose its culture and values on the planet are doomed to fail because its homogeny no longer exists. Turkish Interior Minister Suleiman has said.
Yeah, so what he's basically saying is that the domination of the West is no longer what it used to be. The impact that they had on the world is fading away because for one, you got one guy in there that's already looking like he's getting ready to drop every time he opens up his mouth. And you got dementia too. And being that you have a guy like that in office, man, he doesn't look too strong for the country. And then you got I just did a brief video on the situation with France. The Prime Minister of France, Emmanuel Macron, he basically is telling that to his other European counterparts that we shouldn't feel pressured to follow America. So what is that telling? That's telling that there's a lot of confusion going on and division going on amongst these these Western nations, the hegemony. And the world sees all of this happening, so they're not taking into consideration of what the West is saying because they're not as empowered as they seem to look anymore. It's gone. It's dwindling. It's fading away. Not gone, but it's fading away. Go on, bro.
It says, suggesting that Europe has turned into America's pawn in Africa. Soliu said that there is no such thing as Europe today. Do not overthink it. America exists. Europe is the train in the US convoy. Wow. It does not have any special features. The official pointed to the numerous problems facing Europe, including the constant discrediting of its leaders, the aging of its population, and economic problems. The Interior Minister said that he was not afraid of terrorism because the activities of terrorists and the efforts necessary to fight them are clear. But one of the greatest dangers in the world is cultural terrorism. And we are and it says, oh shit, where's it gone? Oh, there we go. Necessary to fight is clear. But one of the greatest dangers in the world is cultural terrorism. And we are facing cultural terrorism. We are facing a cultural terrorism that's aimed at destroying the family structure, morality, the civilization of nations.
You know what to get, right? Someone you know a scripture to get, right? That's in Revelation 17. Revelation 17. You can get that, but there's a particular verse I want you to get. I think it's in the first couple of verses. The nations were mad because they drunk of the wine.
Right.
Yeah, I'll put it for you.
It says, well, the civilization of nations, their history, our religions, our values, traditions, customs, what mothers and fathers taught us.
Because what America's pushing is this sodomization all around. That's what they're pushing. There's a doctrine that America's going with, and they want to spread all of that around the world. Women being above the man, and man on man, women on women, which is unseemly. Like the Apostle Paul mentioned, what was going in Rome. So this is what proves what he just said is very well proving of the prophecy in Revelation 17 that we're going to read.
Ready?
Go on, brother.
Revelation 17, verse 1 and 2. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked to me, saying, Come hither, and I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters,
On which the waters represents the other nations. Go on.
with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of their
And that's
fornication.
what he's talking about. The ways of life and our traditions is being compromised because of America's spreading of sodomizations and all various doctrines, which is contrary to their ways of life. And it's contrary to life, really. Go on.
Can you just keep reading?
Yep.
So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy.
Right, full of names of blasphemy, and that woman is referring to America, that Babylon, which will be what? Destroyed eventually. Go on.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Which is one of the European countries. Go on.
And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones
Right,
and pearls.
because the color purple is a royal color. So America would be the nation which would be, to a degree, an influence nation. Really, the power is in Great Britain. Britain is the power of the system, but America is the greater influence. Go on.
She was arrayed in purple, which is royalty, and scarlet, which is sin.
Which is sin. Yep.
And decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness
Right.
of her fornication.
And that's sodomy, and that's why it is also mentioned in Revelation the 11th chapter, I believe it's in Revelations 11 and 8, where it mentions this city as Sodom and as Egypt.
Yeah, Revelations 11 and 11. And everybody shall lie in the street that breaks into the spirit, Sodom and Egypt.
It's Sodom and Egypt, yeah, because America is a nation that's invoking that same spirit of those people in Sodom and Gomorrah by the philosophies that they're telling people to undergo. Telling people it's okay, it's all right, it's fine. You know, we got multiple different variations of genders now. And convincing the youth, and as well as the younger children that's in the school systems, of that bullshit.
Convincing them to stop using pronouns he or she and to start calling themselves they or them. Right, so reading on. And this is Revelation 17 and 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
Because America has spreaded itself way above and beyond towards all of these different nations, man. Spreading her philosophies all around. And that's what he was speaking to God. That the spreading of information, the spreading a kind of doctrine all around the world, which has an effect on our traditions and our life. All right? That's just the thing. So, pretty much, and this is why the nation, as he's explaining, why the whole world hates America. Okay, brother, get back on that. It's all prophecy, man. This is very telling that the Bible is actually playing out right before our eyes.
And that was the last paragraph, actually.
Oh, really?
You read it again.
Okay, go on.
And it says, the Interior Minister said that he was not afraid of terrorism because the activities of terrorists and the efforts necessary to fight them are clear. But one of the greatest dangers in the world is cultural terrorism. And we are facing cultural terrorism. We are facing a cultural terrorism that's aimed at destroying the family structure, morality, the civilizations of nations, their history, our religion, our values, traditions, customs, what mothers and fathers taught us.
Yeah, and he's absolutely right, because the other nations, they're looking at the Western Hemisphere as a bunch of rowdies, man. They do what they want, they say what they want, there's no morals. The things that's basically being told to the people in the West that is allowed, and they tell it to everybody else, and it's pure debauchery, man. It's nothing more than debauchery at the highest degree. Now, back in the day, they appeared to be people of knowledge and great understanding, and now everything's changed on that regard. Now they're looking crazy in the eyes of the people. And you know what I find out too? A lot of these other nations, they're really taking it to mind and considering these devils. They're hating on these devils. They actually hate so-called white people. Everyone has now come to realize and consider who's the greatest deal of a problem on the earth. And it's the so-called white people. And this is something that we're speaking about for years as well. Go on, brother.
Just to add to your point, Elder, and a lot of the way that America's activating this cultural terrorism, as this guy calls it, is through their media.
Yeah.
Through the songs that are on the radio, singing about adultery and all kind of like girls kissing girls and all this kind of shit. And you've got it on the television as well, through their media, through the TV shows, pushing this homosexual vibe. In the movies, they're pushing it. So America is like, as the scripture said, pouring out its wine. All the other nations are drinking of it. Now they're becoming drunken too.
Yeah. And that's why they're mad, as it is mentioned. Go on, brother.
Right, so
Back to
in here.
Revelations. Yep.
So this is Revelation 17 verse 6. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Yahushua. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration.
Yeah, so that's all we need on that. So go and hit me with Obadiah 1.
Yeah, back in Obadiah 1, the vision of Obadiah. Thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. You have heard a rumor from Yahweh, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
And that spirit is already in the air. A lot of these nations that are gathered against America, or the Western Hemisphere, they're on the ready and prepared to really destroy America with those nukes. They're itching to do it, man. Okay, go on.
Verse 2. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen, thou art greatly despised.
Right.
The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock.
And that's another point. Just to back up to what we was reading in the article on how he's saying that the world hates America. The scripture says that they will be what? Greatly despised among the heathen. And that's why these politicians, man, of these different countries have been making threats against America. And as well as Portugal. Portugal says something to the effect of, we need to set up our business. Right? A little country such as a little European country, a weaker nation, selling America that. So if Portugal is able to tell America that, that's letting you know that America's weak right now. Portugal, bro. You know? So I mean, this is the new time that we're living. We're living in a generation where the world has awoken to the crimes of which was committed of these devils. Yeah, basically, you know. So I mean, that's not a good look, man. It's not a good look. You know, go on, bro. Let's read that.
Behold, I have made thee small amongst the heathen, thou art greatly despised.
Right, thou art greatly despised. Go on.
The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Yeah. And that's why they rule with anger. They became as the hammer of the earth. So much to the point that they became irritable in the eyes of the nations, and spreading, like you mentioned throughout the media, propaganda which is going to destroy any man and woman. Okay?
And child, the children too.
For the most part. So yeah, now hit me with what is it? Isaiah, I think it's in Isaiah 14. There you go, in 6. And it's so bad too that even the younger generation hate America. I'm going to get into that later on as well. Everybody and everything hates America.
Right.
Going on.
Isaiah chapter 14 verse 6. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke He that ruled the nations in anger
There you go. They that rule the nations in anger. Go on.
is persecuted,
That's persecuted. What?
and none hinder it.
And none hinder them. So that's the whole point. They rule the nations with the blessing of the sword with anger. So when you keep doing that to people, man, you keep being like that, man.
Prodding the
they're
bear.
Huh?
Like prodding the bear,
Yeah.
prodding the bear. It's like bear's just gonna get angry one day, man.
Yeah, and this is the stage
Poking
that
the
we're in
bear.
right now. We're in the particular stage of time where these nations have had enough. And you know, too, these European countries, which are supposed to be allied with America, they're looking at America sour because of the shit that they done. Especially dealing with the pipelines. Pipeline, what is it? Pipeline, Nord Stream 1 and 2. They looked at that and was like, yo, so you did that? Is that how you operate now? Right? So it's very credible, more so now, that Revelation 17 is going to come to pass, where these nations which are allied with America, they're gonna separate themselves from America and turn against America, right along with the mother nations that are allied with Russia. That's what we see happening, man. Go on, bro. Back to Revelations.
Yeah.
And I think there's some more on that too.
So I've got to verse 7 in Revelation. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which have the seven heads and 10
I should
horns.
drop all the way down to verse 9. Where you at now?
I'll read verse 8.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
So I'll read that again.
Yeah, read it.
Right. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which have the 7 heads and the 10 horns. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless
Which is
pit,
wrong. Go on.
and go into perdition.
Go into destruction. As Romans says, that they are the sons of perdition, right? Go on.
And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is.
Right, which is wrong again. Go on.
And here is the mind which have wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth.
In other words, the 7 governments of the world, which is within the realms of Europe.
Yep.
Go on.
And these are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space.
Yeah, because really, when you think about it, right, and I mean, this goes into a whole lot. That one scripture, right, it goes into a whole lot to just get into that right there. But if you read Revelations 13, if you can, brother, get to Revelations 13:1, right? Because in this day and age right now, like we mentioned, the power of the beast is pretty much Great Britain, because that's where the true legislations are put into place for the Western powers to go on. Right? Especially when it comes to the CBDC. And I'm going to use that as an example because what does the CBDC mean? What does it mean? Central bank digital currencies. So the whole idea of or should I say, for the CBDCs to be called that means it would have to have came from the central bank. Okay, and who's running the central banks? The bank, not just the Bank of England, but it's also going back to what the Rothschilds. All right, because they had the central bank. So the power is within Britain. America's just a greater delivering influencer. Go on, bro.
Revelation 13 verse 1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear.
Yeah, because the first Edomitic Empire that came on the scene was the Greeks.
And his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion.
Right, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion. And it says that his feet was as the feet of the bear. Why? Because Russia is going to be an Edomitic nation, or the Edomitic nation, which is going to what? Bring the system to an end. Okay, but the mouth was what?
It's a lion.
Was as a lion, representing Britain. That's why all around Britain you have these statues of the lion, which really goes back to Judah because we said before. Yeah. So there you go, right there. So Britain is basically the mouthpiece of this system, spiritual. So go back to Revelations 17.
Yeah, back in 17 and 8. The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and go into perdition, and they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life.
Yes, so which verse you
In verse 8, I'm just about to hit verse 9. Okay. From the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. Verse 9. And here is the mind which have wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth. And there are 7 kings, 5 fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And
which like we just mentioned, one of the horns or one of the powers which would come, it would be Britain, which would continue on with the short space. Because remember during the time of what is it? I think it was after the Second World War. Right before that, America was not America, but it was basically Britain was like the superior nation at the time. And then after war, I think it was after World War II. I'm more confidently looking at World War II. After that, then the American currency became superior currency afterwards. But the power remains to be in Britain. Go on.
And here is the mind which have wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth. And there's, I've read that part already. Yeah. Verse 11. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition.
Right, and go into perdition. So America's going to basically go into perdition. The 7 which came out of the 8th which came out of the 7, which is America. Another power which came out of Britain. Like in American schools, they'll tell you this about how you had British that set up the 13 colonies and all of that. So really, America's just an offshoot of England. Go on.
Verse 12. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. And these have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast.
Right, and shall give their strength and power unto the beast. In other words, they're going to reinvigorate this system of Rome. That's why during the time of the 50s, I think it was in 57, they all came together and they made a pact with each other, talking about the evil. And they, it was also known as the Treaty of Rome. Okay, so that's them invoking that. That's the what reinvigorate. That's the what I want to use. Reinvigorating and then telling that this is Rome all over again, coming back. Go on.
And these shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings.
Yeah, they're going to try to fight the Lord. This Western power is going to try to fight the Lord, all in tandem, all of these European countries. But we already know the end result of that, which is the second Ezra's, what, the 13th chapter? We know what's going to happen with that. And as well as Revelation, the 12th chapter tells you that. So continue on.
These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast, and these shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and they that are with him are called chosen and faithful. And he saith unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are peoples, and multitudes, and nations, and tongues. And the 10 horns which thou sawest,
this is the point right here. This is the point.
And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore.
Right, in other words, Europe. Because Europe is connected with America right now, which is also known as NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which was formulated during the time of Stalin to combat the superpower of Stalin at the time, which was called the USSR, if I'm correct, the Soviet Union. That's why they came together. That's what that was there for. Huh?
Is that Gorbachev?
No, way before Gorbachev.
No?
No, that's like
Joseph Stalin.
yeah.
Okay.
Because Joseph came in the power seat, I believe, around I think it was 1929, and he ended his reign around the early 50s. So around that time, America felt threatened of the superpower on the eastern side, And that's why they formulated the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But overall, this getting back to the point now, the European nations are going to turn against America when it's all said and done. That's going to be the end result. That's why France, or should I say the Prime Minister of France, Emmanuel Macron, is telling everyone, all these politicians out of each and every European nation, to not follow America anymore. So it's all lining up. It's all leading up to the destruction of this devil. That's the real cause right there, you know. So I want to get something else.
I do read the part where they compare the fight.
Yes, read that.
And these 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the
Oh,
whore,
you get the Jeremiah.
and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire.
23. Right, they shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. So what does that mean? Meaning America is going to be burned on fire with those nukes. That's why every nation, whether they were strong, whether they were weak, has those nukes, those wastes to destroy, to fulfill the word of the Lord, which destroyed this beast. Which all in tandem, really, America is a part of that beast, as the apostle mentioned as well. But the beast is breaking apart because what you're going to have is you're going to have that division. Okay?
There's another big verse here, if I may.
Go on.
For the Most High God have put it in their hearts to fulfill His will, and to agree and to give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled.
Right, and that the words of the Most High shall be fulfilled. So that is the advice, or should I say, that's the purpose of the law, which is going to be put in place. That America is going to be destroyed, and this whole entire system.
Probably just brief little clip, just a little snippet. He says, Vlad come up on my phone earlier on today. Vladimir Putin is preparing to attack the UK.
But you know what, you gotta kind of be careful with some of them articles, because sometimes they spread propaganda.
You know, so if it's true, it would be in line with scriptures.
Yeah, I mean, if it's true, yeah. But I'm just saying, because what you have is you have propaganda that's being, on both sides. Russia spreading their propaganda, and then you have the West doing the same thing. But for the most part, the West is going to be doing the most thing, because they gotta formulate these thoughts in your mind that Russia's the enemy and this and that and the third, to get people ready to fight Russia. Because I believe probably sooner or later their playmate very will be a draft, man.
Well, we know that article. That's propaganda for sure, and that's not exactly true, because there's an order to prophecy. He's not gonna fire no missiles until the chip comes. So there's no way he's getting ready to like this. That article, the way they write it, is if
Like,
they're
gonna slip off the
tomorrow. Like tomorrow there's gonna be some nukes flying. It's not gonna happen.
No. So I mean, like, that's just the thing, because like I said, what they gotta do is they gotta get your mind ready for fighting against Russia, man. Like one of the brothers brought it out, man. One of the brothers from Gate, he brought it out, and it has something to do with in relation to that of the draft. Because what did people say? He said, look, what we're gonna wind up doing is we're gonna wind up doing things in a particular way, and which is gonna be able to prohibit you from driving your car, taking your license away, etc., if you avoid fighting this war. Something like that the brother was going into, right? So what Russia wants, eventually they want everybody in Russia to be ready to fight if necessary when the time comes. And they're going to do the same thing down here, possibly, because I remember, man, I was doing an article. If you brothers got any precepts to shut me off, you do that. No. But I just want to finish this point real quick. I spoke about the alert thing, right, on the phones.
Oh yeah.
The alert, what is it? The alert sound gonna hit out on your phones. So eventually they can actually use the alert sounds on your phones, right, to get people ready to fight a war over here. Just drafting people.
There was a couple of months ago, but I think you brought it out. We were talking about the youth in Russia, and they weren't really up for the idea of going to war. And now they've been like, within Russia, their youth were kind of weak. They weren't really up for the idea of being drafted. That's why Putin was doing certain things to like make their youth get involved.
Right,
You put out a couple of months.
Yeah, I don't really remember that, man.
Yeah, I think I remember what you said. So they were running or something, and he was trying to stop them from running or something. Running away, yeah.
Nah, I don't remember that, man. But I mean, that adds to the point though, because you got a lot of people that's trying to find loopholes to try to escape the draft.
Yeah.
So that's just really the situation. So Putin's getting people ready. His people ready. So they're gonna do the same down here. They're gonna tell the British public, look, man, we're gonna have to be on the ready, and that's why for the most part all these years they've been equating women in Zion. That's all. I don't really care, you know. It's cool. We're gonna become a spectacle unto the nations anyway. That's just the scripture on that. But yeah, they need all hands on deck. They need women to fight. They need men to fight. They need transvestites to fight. Whoever is able-bodied to fight, they need it.
Can I say something?
Go on, bro.
The reason why they need it is because again it comes down to population reduction.
And that's what I was saying.
Yeah, exactly
They
what
want
I'm
to get as
thinking.
many people on
Exactly.
the battlefield as possible to die.
Get rid of war.
And that's what it's all about. That's what it's going to lead up to, because they don't really care about the population. They don't give two fucks about it. They sacrifice it. Huh?
They're just sheeple.
They're just sheep, man. They don't give a damn. You think the powers that be give a shit about these people? Don't give a flying fuck about these people. And we've been saying this for the longest time, and now people are kind of gradually getting to realize that the government has not their best interests at heart whatsoever. So they're going to just use these individuals, throw them out there to fight, knowing they're not going to win any doggone way, just to deduct the numbers of the population. You know what I'm saying? It's just very simple.
And that shows you these other religions are full of shit, man. Like, who's the ones that when they strap them things around them and blow themselves up?
Oh, we're talking about
Muslims, right? Right? And the head of them, he's not doing it, you know. But he's telling them, you're going to get all the virgins, you're going to get all the riches, and he's doing it to them. He goes, maybe you go there at 10 o'clock tonight, you know, and blow up your ass, all right? But he's not doing it.
He's not doing
you
it.
see? Right? But you see, like us now, through the spirit of God, we will die for the Lord, right? From a top come right now, we'll die for the Lord. But they won't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Their heads won't do it.
A couple of years ago, brother, it was in Finsbury Park. The little mosque right before the bridge, Finsbury Park. That's where the radical guy was coming from.
Oh, is that the guy who had the hook hand?
The hook hand, yeah. Finsbury Park. A lot of them 07 bombers was due to him.
Damn.
People going on buses and get blown up. In the name of Allah.
And I mean, like, for the most part, that's all BS, man. I don't really believe none of that stuff anyway. But I mean, not to say it don't happen. It happens.
But they're basically, they could be MK Ultra guys that are doing it, and then they turn around and say, oh, they're Islamic extremists.
Exactly, yeah. Because, again, and the reason why they, like I'm going to say again, the reason why they do all of that, because it's all about programming your mind to look at them as the enemy. So that's what they're doing with the Russians. And this is how this level works. Before he goes and bombs a nation, he has to prepare your mind, demonize at people so that you can go over there and fight them. It's a smart thing that he's doing.
I remember when I was a little boy, Bush was in office. That whole campaign was to demonize like Afghanistan, Iraq. Every day, Channel 4 News was them over there saying, oh, they're the terrorists of the world. We must go there and defeat them. And then they went there and dropped bombs their own self.
And that's why it does it. This desensitize people to the people in the world. They know, they didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's about that brainwashing thing.
Because what they really want you to do is to fight, go over there and fight for their cause. And you're not really fighting anything. You're just going over there to pretty much take the resources and all of the things that are there necessary for your own government. That's all it is, really.
And to uphold the interests of the elite banking.
That's it. That's what it all goes back to. Go on.
Good for this. Jeremiah 50, verse 23. How is the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken?
Right. How is he cut asunder, meaning to pieces? Go on.
How is Babylon become a desolation among the nations?
Right. How has they become a desolation among the nations? Because the only landmass which will be destroyed, right, took to a complete desert is America. 5,000 square miles, where it's going to be just a desert from state to state. You don't even know what state was next to the other state. Straight like that. Go on, brother.
And it says, I have laid a snare for thee, and thou art also taken, O Babylon, and thou wast not aware.
Right.
Thou art found and also caught.
Right, thou art found and also caught in the snare. Go on.
Because thou hast striven against the Lord.
And that's the ultimate. Their whole goal and being in the midst of here on this earth is to strive against the power. In other words, being blasphemous, accusing the sinners of Jacob, which are the sons of God, doing multiple different things to oppose against their power. As it is written, woe unto him that is striving against his maker. The word woe simply just means destruction. So when the Yahweh comes back, oh man, America's going to get the business, and the world is going to see that all around. As a matter of fact, read that again, and somebody get me Revelation 18. And whoever can get it, it's a particular verse there.
Okay, go on.
Jeremiah 50 and 23. How is the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken? How is Babylon become a desolation among the nations? I have laid a snare for thee, and thou art also taken, O Babylon, and thou wast not aware. Thou art found, and also caught, because thou hast striven against the Lord. And the Lord hath opened his armory, and hath brought forth the weapons of his indignation.
That's what it's going to be. So all of them nations, as well as their allies, are what? Going to burn her with fire with those missiles, man. That's going to do. That's really what's going to do. And then it's going to release what? The destroying winds. As Revelation 7 and 1 puts it, where you have the four angels surrounding the whole planet of the earth, holding back the destruction, the four winds. Because the winds are blowing out right now. The winds is blowing right now, so it's talking about the destroying winds. It's talking about those missiles. So let's just say one of those missiles hit ground zero. That wave, that destroying wind is going to pretty much knock out all of the elements in the buildings. And that's how America's going to be destroyed. Go on, bro. Yeah, who was reading? Read this again and read that, brother. Yeah, I want to recap my train of thought.
Jeremiah 25 and Jeremiah 50 verse 25. The Lord hath opened his armory and hath brought forth the weapons of his indignation.
Yeah, so go up a verse. Go and read the verse where it says how is desolation among the nations.
Yeah, that's the same verse.
Okay, yeah.
How is the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken? How is Babylon become a desolation among the nations?
Among the nations. So let's hold on with that.
This is Revelation 18, starting at about verse 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Lord power who judgeth her. Yeah. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning.
Yeah, so from afar out, the nations are going to see the great deal of destruction which is going to pelt America. And to be exact, I gotta say it correctly. They're going to see the missiles pelting America like how Sodom and Gomorrah was pelted by those brimstones.
Right.
And the reason why the nations are going to be sad in seeing this, even though they're going to be at one with this, causing this, because these nations have, man, they made a lot of money dealing with America, man. Especially China. China became enriched because of business with America. Making product in them sweatshops. That's basically what China is. China is just a sweatshop to the world. So they make things, produce product, sell it to America, and that's how they get their cut. That's how they get the large portion of the
Put it on this.
crazy. So when America's no longer, then that lifestyle that they once had, those businessmen among China, man, they're going to be poor again. They're going to result in being poor again, nothing. And they're going to basically be brought before us as slaves. Yeah? That's going to be the deal. That's the end all be all of this country. All right, and yes, I said this country because UK is going to get nuked as well. Good.
And Charlie Woodley.
Yep.
Well, no, he's going to be underground.
Going up.
And it says, standing afar, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come.
Right. In 1 hour is come. So it took what? It took 400 years to build America what it is, and it's just going to take an hour for the Lord to destroy. showing you how insignificant this white man really is. He's insignificant, man. See, he's been made to appear like he's above and beyond, and he's the example that everyone's supposed to follow. Nah, that's not the case. The Lord is going to show that he is the creator power here on the earth, and that he is not the example to follow. How about that? Okay? And it's ultimate, because ultimately what? They struck against the Lord. Like you got people like Bill Gates and all of these tech guys, man, trying to Elon Musk, all of these dudes trying to what? Reformulate, which is what this already is. And then also you got the boys among the World Economic Forum convincing you, the World Economic Council convincing you that look, it's good for you to eat bugs. Genetically modifying your foods beyond meat, they call it, right? So that's basically them striving against the power, reinventing the wheel. The Lord already did it, all of this creation. They're trying to recreate everything to their liking. They call themselves the Most High. Go on, Marcus. You got any more precepts? Let me see what else precepts are.
A bit more of this. Jeremiah 25 and verse 25. The Lord hath opened his armory and hath brought forth the weapons of his indignation. For this is the work of the Lord power of hosts in the land of the Chaldeans. Come against her from the uttermost border.
Yeah.
Open her storehouses. Cast her up as
And
heat.
what were the Chaldeans known for in the ancient world? They went to that sorcery, and they were into magic, if I'm correct. So don't you have that today? Don't you have your Jesuit priests? Don't you have your witches and your warlocks? Don't you have those that get involved into drinking blood? You have those same people today, and they call themselves the Illuminati or the Masons, right? And there's different levels of these people. So they're the modern day Chaldeans.
That's also Revelation 19. That false prophet.
The false prophet. Yep. Because you have the Jesuit priests and then you have the Roman Catholic priests, which the Roman Catholics, they're nothing more left-hand side priests any dog, posing as priests of God at the same time. Go on, brother.
So it says, come against her from the uttermost border. Open her storehouses. Cast her up as heaps. And destroy her utterly. Let nothing be left.
Right, meaning they're going to shoot all of those 200,000 missiles right on America. And they're going to do this because ultimately the Lord is going to be in all of among them to fulfill his will. As it is written that man is going of the Lord, and how can a man understand his own ways? So it's going to be done, man. Go on, brother.
Slay all her bullocks. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe unto them, for their day is come.
You know what that means? That's talking about the people. Hold on with that. Read the book of Isaiah 13. Isaiah 13, where it talks about there's a sacrifice in Muslim. I believe it's in Isaiah 13. You can get that as well. It's in 34. So I'm looking for it too. It's not in there.
Isaiah 34.
Yeah, verse 6. Verse 5 to verse 6.
Okay then. Isaiah 34 verse 5 to 6. For the sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea and upon the people of my curse to judgment. And the sword of the Lord our power is filled with blood. It is made fat with fatness, and with blood of lambs and goats.
So your modern day Idumeans right now is in England, is in Europe, all of which is where you will find them. Precisely in the West. Now, can you find them in the East? Yes, you can. Places like Russia and all the kind of ends. Go on. But primarily, the Lord is dealing with the Western side of things.
Right. Verse
And it
again.
serves destruction. Go on.
Verse 6 again. The sword of the Lord is filled with blood. It is made fat with fatness, and with blood of lambs and goats, with the fat of kidneys of rams. For the Lord our power have a sacrifice in Bozrah.
Right. And that's telling you that it's the people. It's not literally talking about rams and goats and sheep,
Yeah.
because those are animals that you can use to sacrifice for sins. Is what we did in the ancient world.
Yeah.
We kept the customs.
But when the Lord says he's going to separate the sheep from the goat, it doesn't mean actual sheep itself.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's the people, as you say.
Yeah. Go on.
For the Lord have a sacrifice in Bozrah, and a great slaughter in the land of Idumea.
Right. So you know, like you got these people, they'll go over to the actual land of Basra and say, see, this is like you mentioned, brother. This is Basra. But see, they don't know the scriptures. They're not on a high level. These Christian theologists, they're on a very, very low level. They think they're on a high level because it's to do with pride. Because they stepped into a accredited school, a prestigious school, and they're all bugged out because of that. Right? But in all reality, they're just low level niggas. They don't know me. Okay? Point of the matter is that this Basra is talking about America. Okay, go on, brother.
Verse 7. And the unicorns shall come down with them, and the bullocks with the bulls, and their land shall be soaked with blood.
Right. In other words, the people are going to be soaked with blood. So now let's leave that alone and let's go back to this right there.
Okay, Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 26. Come against her from the uttermost border. Open her storehouses. Cast her up as heaps, and destroy her utterly. Let nothing of her be left.
Yeah, read that again.
Verse 26. Come against her from the uttermost border. Open her storehouses. Cast her up as heaps, and destroy her utterly.
Right.
Let nothing of her be left.
Right, and let nothing of her be left. So every little bit of America is going to be out. Now the land is still going to remain there, right? But what you know it as to be is America, as what it declares itself to be. It's not going to be no longer. As a matter of fact, it's going to be nothing to the point where you're going to have desert-like creatures, which will be the new inhabitants of the land. Okay, that's in Isaiah 13. Go on, brother.
And it says, slay all her bullocks, let them go down to the slaughter.
So now we understand what it's talking about when it says slay her bullocks, which is another way of saying bull, right, if I'm correct. So there you go, which is the people. Go on.
Woe unto them, for their day is come, the time of their visitation. The voice of them that flee and escape out of the land of Babylon, to declare in Zion the vengeance of the Lord our power.
Right, to declare in Zion the vengeance of our Lord and our power. So even the nuclear war is going to be used for the Lord to get his get back towards these other nations. That's in the book of Joel, the 3rd chapter. As a matter of fact, you can give me that too, brother. Joel 3, and I believe it's in verse 8 or 9. Oh, you want it, right?
I'm there, you know.
Yeah, that's the spirit. You see how the spirit works?
Yeah. Joel 3.
I think it's in verse 9, man.
Yeah. Joel chapter 3.
I have a controversy with Zion, right?
That's hold on. I'll tell you. Act 2 it talks about it a little bit. But you want me to go straight to it, yeah?
Yeah, I would like you to. But if you can read around it, if it's near there, then I wouldn't mind that either. I wouldn't be that sure.
2 says, and I will gather all nations, and I will bring them down unto the valley of Jehoshaphat, and plead them for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom I have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
That's a good scripture there. That's a good scripture there, but I want you to get Joel 3.
Joel chapter 3 and verse 3?
Yeah, try verse 9.
Alright, let me try verse 9.
It should say the Lord has a controversy with Zion.
I'm going to read it. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles, prepare war, wake up the mighty men, let all the men of war draw near, let them come up. Beat your plowshares unto swords, and your pruning unto spears. Let the weak say, I am strong. Assemble yourselves and come, all ye heathen, and gather yourselves round about thither. Cause that mighty ones to come down, O Lord. Let the heathen be wakened and come up in the valley of Jehoshaphat, for I will sit to judge all the heathens and round abouts. Put ye in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. Come, get ye down, for press full fats overflow, for their wickedness is great.
Say what I verse 9 once again.
Read it now again. 9 again. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles, prepare war.
Actually, no, read verse 1. Read verse 1. My bad. Read verse
1. Behold, in those days, of Job chapter 3 and verse 1, those days and that time when I shall bring again the
verse 1 and verse 2. Yeah.
captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, and I will gather all nations, and I will bring them down unto the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will plead with them there.
And I will plead with them there. In other words, to punish them. Go on.
For my people.
If you look up the word plead in the Hebrew, the word is shapat. Shapat, Yah, which means God's judgment. So the Lord is going to punish the nations. For what?
For my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
And parted the land. Go on.
And they have cast lots for my people, and given a boy for an harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink. And what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and of the coast of Palestine? Will I render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head? Because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried them unto your temples of my good, your temples, my goodliness, pleasant things, goodly, pleasant things. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem ye have sold unto the Grecians, that ye may remove them far from their borders.
Tell you what, I was in the wrong. It's Isaiah 34. Actually, you just read it. But I want you to read it again, actually. I thought it was in July.
Isaiah 34 verse 8. For it is the day of the Lord's vengeance, and of the year of recompense, for the controversy of Zion. Is that the one there? No?
That's it right there. Yeah.
Right. And the streams thereof shall be turned into pitch, and the dust thereof into brimstone, and the land thereof shall become burning pitch.
Yeah, so America's gonna burn forever, basically. You know what I mean? And you got the Israelite woman, which really, I want to really entitle them that, because they don't deserve that. But you got the debauchery that's going on among the nation of Israel, man, and that's gonna be smitten out of the burn. All right. You got these fucking these oversized, buffalo-sized looking black women out there, thinking that they looking a certain way, and we think that they models and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, big short, right? You know, looking all like a damn hippopotamus walking around there. They got all of this makeup on, they got the hair, head little, like, it's looking crazy, man. Like back in the day, like, women wasn't walking around like that. You know what I'm saying? Like women kind of had really, I'm talking about the Judite women, man. The Southern Kingdom, really. They're looking crazy out here, man. Fucked up in the game. Like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, really? I mean, you see it all the time, but it's like when you see it, you kind of get puzzled. You got to do a double take. They walking with bellies and shit, and they swear they doing something. Oh yeah, if I wear this and I show my ass and I show my thighs, and I can get some attention. But yeah, you may get the attention you think you're gonna get, but people are gonna look at you like that. She don't look good wearing that, man. But they don't know any better. They really think that they're doing something out here, man. But see, that spirit, that comes from America too. That comes from the black woman in America, the Afro-American black woman. And that's why America has to be destroyed, because America's fucked up a lot of people's lives, bro. That's right. God damn, got these black women thinking that they can just eat anywhere how they want to be, they can be fat.
Yeah.
Now you have to accept them. You're wrong if you told them hey, you're fat, you've got to lose some shape. Now everybody's just like, you've got to accept me no matter what.
Yeah, and that's the spirit they come in, and they use Lizzo, body positivity, all of this shit.
Yep.
And they looking crazy out here. And brothers are telling them on the internet. Brothers are telling them, look, man, we don't really want no big hippopotamus. We want women that's right in the teeth, friendly and all of that.
And that's one of Esau's devices too, right? I tell you why.
Yeah.
Because these fat women, like back in the day, right? I know you had overweight women, people,
Always
but
had
it's very minute, right? But you notice when you go to stores first time, it's always for slim people or not a normal size. But now, because they want to make more money out of people, they gas up the fat people, so they put these fat clothes in the stores, so you go buy them.
Ah, nice.
You see, that's
Plus size models.
That's what I'm saying.
Tara Bank was one of
it's psychology, you know.
Yeah.
That's Esau, the crafting, right? It's a way of making money too.
That's
You know
smart,
what I mean?
bro.
They gas them up.
Because even if you remember Tara Banks, she's one of them old, because you had what's that Campbell bitch that she was slim, huh? Naomi Campbell, she was slim, right? But then you had Tara Banks, she was a little bit bigger. But then it started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Tara Banks is like, she had some shape about her, that Coca-Cola bar, Coca-Cola bucket, right? But then now it started to get to the bigger size, plus size models. Now that's what you're alluding to, where you could actually be fat, eat and walk on the catwalk and show and feel good about it, and flick the muscle and flick off your fat. And the spirit that's on me, right? Which we know better, but the spirit that's on me, like you said, I'm looking for the time again when we could. I used to be like that at school I used to be able to tell women about themselves, like, you two, what you doing? And you know what I mean? They would be embarrassed to ask me. But that time's coming again when men, because part of the matriarchy society where men can't fucking say what's really fucking true, what's right.
Men have got their testicles.
You have to bite your fucking lip and all that shit. Sometimes I want to do it, man, but I think I just keep moving, man. You know, we got that weight upon the Lord. Because that's what part of being that's the whole part of being able to be a man.
Yeah, but you know, though, you being a man is gonna fuck with the pockets. Like you just mentioned, my brother. Like, they trying to get women to consume more goods. So don't worry about if someone's telling you you're fat. You can do whatever the hell you want.
You know what Ari is saying? He's got a point now. He's got a point, because in this society, a lot of men have just become apathetic to where they'll just settle for anything. And before there was like, man, I wouldn't want to be seen dead with a girl like that. Now guys are, no need. What do they say? No need to look at the fireplace when you're stoking the fire or something like that. Basically making excuses for dating ugly women. Some guys are like that, man. They'll just take whatever they can get. Not me.
Never.
Everything goes though. Even one of the brothers on the chat, I can't remember who, right? This woman was twerking in a wheelchair. Do you remember that one? She was twerking in a wheelchair. She was like, that Dawkins, is it Dawkins, the one? Stephen Dawkins. It's a woman exactly like Stephen Dawkins, twerking. She's barely moving on a wheelchair, right? And she's twerking. That means everything is going now. Everything is going. Yeah?
Even he's I think he might have seen the video too. That's crazy, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they got people out here like fucking clowns, man. Especially these women, they walking out here, they're looking on, like just crazy over here. They got the shit over here. You know what I'm saying? Like they got long hair. Negro, we know how you hear man. That ain't the truth. They got big bellies, walking around like I said, water buffaloes, full of water and shit. That's crazy, man. And they think they look good. They think they look good. They think they special like mamas. Like you ain't no mama. But you can't. But this is the like you said. You can't really talk like that because
in this time,
now it's hate speech. And really, they got to build a new.
Fat shame and women beat.
It's all about the prophets. So so let's just get back to the scriptures, man.
That's Ezekiel 9.
Right.
And they were so ashamed to walk out of yard with them thing, but they put them on their head.
Slapped down.
Not weave the thing with the cover their heads.
That's what they gotta go. They really gotta, because their mind has been plagued already. This level really did a lot of dirt to this black woman.
unprogrammed. Yeah, it's like they're too far gone. They don't want to hear the voice of reason.
It's about being free and
It's like,
liberated.
actually, you know, it's funny. I done a video last night about this very topic about some fucking fat ass obese woman. It's lucky I don't want to get the video clip, but some fat
Body
ass,
positivity, brother.
yeah, the fat ass obese woman, and Piers Morgan was basically saying, look, man, you're in the category of being obese. Why should people look at you as something that's desirable? People need. He's basically saying that fat shaming is a good thing because people shouldn't just be accepted just because they are. No, people should want to be better, man. And she was terrible, man. 46 years old, all out of shape and shit, thinking that she's like some prize, that some man's like, you know what I mean? Like she's a prize or something, a high value woman.
What is it that mostly affects us? Type 2 diabetes. And that is really to do with the diet, right? If you've got type 2 diabetes, all you have to do is change your diet. You know, it takes long, it's very difficult, yeah? Change your diet, and you find yourself the diabetes will disappear.
And you know, it's a lot of them don't even drink water. You need that shit. I don't even drink water.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Coke. Drink your fucking Coke, man. That's you might as well drink disinfectant and stuff like that. But Coke has just got flavour to it. It's a disinfectant what you can use to clean your toilet. You use to clean. It's just got flavour to it, and it's very addictive too.
Yeah.
Coke and Pepsi.
So I mean, if it's like that, my brother, then what can it do to your insides? That's why that's why these people with brains are frazzled. So if you're drinking Coca-Cola in the years of what is it, 2023, and your mind is just thick in the clouds, man. You don't know what the hell is going on. There's a lot of information on Coca-Cola. Okay. So I mean, let's get back to the scriptures.
I got something here.
Yeah.
Psalms 37 verse 40. Fret thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity, for they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb.
Right.
Trust in the Lord our power, and be good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and thou shalt be fed.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, get me Ezekiel 9:4, man, because I was thinking about what you were saying. Like, these, when you really think about it, to tell you the truth, these women have been played too much, man. It's too far gone. You know, it's like they have a cancer that it's gone overboard now. You know, and there's nothing that the doctors really can do about it. So it's at that point where it's like, they gotta just die, man. That's why you can't, but give me Zechariah 13 and 8 and verse 9.
This is Ezekiel chapter 9 and 4. And the Lord said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof. And to the others he said in mine hearing, go ye after him through the city, and smite. Let not your eyes spare, neither have ye pity. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children, and women, but come not near any man for whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. This began at the ancient men which are before.
And that's
the
what we
house.
have it right there. That's the angels of death. So what do you think is going to happen at this time? Those angels of death are going to come swarming in and doing the thing. It tells you that in the Apocalypse. You have, what is it, wild beasts, what is it, teeth of wild beasts, and they perform the duty of the law. So what do you think is going to happen on this side? It's going to be the same thing. We're going to have a lot of our women, man, that's morbid, obese, thinking that they're just this top quality diva. Most sides going to just fucking take their heads off out there. You know, you're going to have certain people that's going to go crazy out there when there's a state of civil disobedience. A lot of these women are going to be raked out here and ravished, and they're going to be dealt with, man, in the utmost degree.
Right.
You know, and it's going to be them kind of women that really think that they're just the A1 woman. Oh, I don't need a man, and this and that and the third, all of that attitude. They're going to have to wear that attitude right there, keep that same energy. Okay? Go on, brother. Yeah, Zechariah 13 and 8.
So it says 13 and 8, it says, it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith Yahweh, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die, and the third part shall be left therein, and I will bring the third part through the fire.
That's what 33.3% of our Lord's people that he's going to get rid of because they're already too far gone making them out. And they're not of any good use. Now, not to be braggadocious or anything, because we're sinners too. We're filthy, but guess what? We're filthy and we recognize our filthiness, and now we're willing to change. And we're doing that which is of the change. Okay, that's the difference. But these jakes out here, they're too far gone. So now what the Lord is going to have to do is he's going to have to get rid of them. Okay, because there's no coming back together with the 2/3 of Israel. And predominantly it's going to be women. There's more women than there are men. So most predominantly they're going to be more severely judged out here when it comes to all of these different plagues that's going to happen on this earth. Mentioned in the book of 2nd Ezra, the 15th chapter, they're going to be the primary ones having to suffer famines. They're going to be the primary ones having to suffer being ravished. They're going to be the primary ones having to suffer being in prison and going through these turmoilistic times, everything in it. And it makes sense, man, because they're the most pride. Their pride is just off the wall. Like the pride that the Israelite man has ain't even on the level that of the pride of the black man. It's next level. So the Lord is setting them up for the open.
Remember through her we all died. Remember that?
Yeah. So especially the younger generation. I mean, they're gone. You can't reason with them anymore. You may think you can reason with them, but you can't. Even my generation of women, they're fucking gone too, man. They're all gone. So the younger generation, they're out and finished.
You reminded me of something, Elder. It's lucky to chime in.
No, go on.
Talking about, you was talking about the woman twerking in a wheelchair. I remember seeing a video of a woman in an abortion clinic twerking on the bed, rejoicing at the fact that she's going to kill a nigger's baby. That's the state of that's what we have to do about it.
But it just conveys the point that they're too gone, man, too far gone. Because come on, like if you just got that done, you should feel honestly bad about it. But her twerking, that was just her trying to hopefully go over that to make herself feel better. Yeah, that's what that was all about. But I'm just saying, they're too far fucking gone, man.
Go on, man. This is Isaiah 1 and 4. Our sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters, they have forsaken Yahweh and have provoked the Holy One of Israel to anger. They're going to wait.
That's person right there. Heavy laden with their sins. So they're heavy laden with their sins. It says that what is it? The sins of Judah is as an infant. Something that that's the 2/3. So the sins that's on them, it's not going to come off. It's permanent at this point. Like you have a permanent marker.
Yeah.
You put a permanent. Let's just say you get a permanent ink on your white shirt.
It's done.
It's finished. It's a wrap, man. So they're not going to get out of their sins, and this is why they can't come to this knowledge and this understanding. Go on now.
This is Isaiah 30 and 1 says, woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel but not of me, and that cover with a covering but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin.
That's what they're doing. Let's go back to this.
So Right, so Isaiah 1 and verse 5. Why should you be stricken any more? You will revolt more and more. The whole head is sick and the whole heart is faint.
Jake is gone, man. Jake is gone. Like you got Jake wearing tight pants and selling at the same time, bugging the hell out, man. They smoking vapor. They on the mollies, doing all kind of various drugs and shit, and just bugging the hell out, doing the thing. Like if you really want to see what niggas is up to, just watch World Star Hip Hop, man. And you'll see the debauchery, the real debauchery of what Jake is into. These Jakes are gone, man.
Getting into fist fights with fucking chicken shops and shit.
Yeah.
You know that guy that was
Wild
shot?
animal.
That 16-year-old guy he put up on the chat. That 16-year-old young man that was shot in the head over in America.
Oh, I don't remember.
You might not remember, but
Yeah.
he said he looked like a Judite, but he was supposed to be a music protege. Like he was well into the with Edomites, well respected, up and coming music, talented, gifted young man, right? But the point is, right, that Jake is so involved in sin. Now you got this old man in his 80s. He knocked on his door, right? He was supposed to pick up his young twin brothers, and his mother told him to go and pick them up, and he went and knocked on the door. So when the man saw a shadow, by the putting two and two together, he looked through and he might have saw a little black boy, and he said, "Yeah," because there's in America it's very heightened, racism very heightened now, and it's like probably people are more on edge.
Yeah.
Now he just looked through the window, saw that he just blew him, shot him, and then shot him twice in the head. The little guy up, staggered, trying knocking on other people's doors, and no one came to his aid, and he never died, but they eventually got him into the hospital. He survived. He's not dead. But the point is now people are so on edge with their guns, and the man's gonna fight for stand your ground law. He's gonna fight for that, and he's probably gonna get off not guilty, whatever, right? But the point is the Most High. That's the Most High's judgment anyway. We know we know that. But there's a lot. You're talking about Jake is involved in a lot of things. There's a lot of things that Jake is being judged.
Going on. Yeah.
That's going on, man.
Yeah.
And that's why the Americans are on it. They just want to kill them, man.
Yeah. But you know what though? At the same time, we got to be balanced about it. Because we're talking about the crazies that Jake is doing, right?
Yeah.
Them crackers, they see that too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Any young Jake that you see, they have to put a slug in it because it's like I don't know how crazy this nigga is.
Yeah.
Just be real about it, man.
Well, he's exaggerating the story, but the point is, the Edomites are on edge. But to your point, they're just on edge. Whether you could be involved in something or not, give them an excuse. They just want an excuse, man.
Yeah.
And they just put bullets in you, man.
And like I said, they ain't got no choice. But this is what I'm talking about. You got a grown man, young man wearing a dress, man. Because it depends. Maybe he's a Muslim or something. It look like a fucking dress. That's crazy, man. Just wear like a bland color. Why you gotta wear that color, man? This is what I'm saying. Like these dudes is fruity out there. They even looking nice. Like if you would have looked like that back when I was coming up, bro, like I'm telling you, man, you would have got picked on. You would have got beat up and picked on, and you was moved to commit suicide, bro.
You know what's funny you say that because when I think back to my childhood, the cusses we used to give each other, like if you were going off, you get cussed out, right? Now you'd be fucking put in prison for fucking hate speech, man. For the things we used to say to each other.
Yeah. We used to call each other, the F-bombs and everything, and it was just throwing out there like it was crazy. When Blandon was in office, not Trump, but Bush was in office. It was nothing.
Now everybody's a snowflake and is offended at everything.
Anyway, let's get back to the scriptures.
Right, so back in Isaiah.
Even the Muslims didn't even look like that. They won't wear no shit like that. Come on, man.
Isaiah 1 and verse 6. From the sole of the foot even to the head, there is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been closed, neither bound up, neither mollified with ointment. Your country is desolate.
You know what the ointment is? The ointment is this truth.
That's right.
This is the anointing that we have, the oil. That's what it's supposed to anoint you. That's what's supposed to do. You have healing oils too.
Yeah.
You can put certain herbs together, turn it into oil, put it on your skin, and it heals. But that's just true. But they didn't receive that. That's why they're all bugged out. To the point where the Lord just got to get rid of them. Go on, brother.
Your country is desolate. Your cities are burned with fire.
And that's what we was in, I think that was during the time of Babylon, when the Babylonians took us over. So they were messed up even at that time, but much more greater now. Because in this Babylonian system, Jake has been much more influenced by the devil on a great scale. Go on,
Your land strangers devour it in your presence, and it is desolate as overthrown by strangers. And the daughter of Zion is left as a cottage in a vineyard, as a lodge in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city.
As a besieged city. Jake is out of it. Jake is finished. Just to break it down on a simple kind of way. I mean, like Jake is just gone. I mean, yeah, that was referring to back then, but we can apply it right now. Like you just saw an example of, young Jake walking around with a high blue, baby blue, whatever you want to call it, looking like a dress.
Yeah, straight up. Down the ankles and shit.
Yeah. Bug out.
and there was a little, what you might call a riot in Chicago, you know,
Yeah, I
over there
saw
in
that.
America.
With the, yeah.
Just really just wilding out, and they were mainly Jakes. Everybody was doing it, like, other nations were doing it too. But you could just imagine anybody in the Edomite with a gun, you know, probably was walking around. They would have shot
Yeah,
him.
they would have shot
A
them.
good excuse to shoot them.
Yeah, they would have shot them. And I mean, that time is going to come as well, where they're going to start these gun-toting Edomites that stand for the, what is it, I believe it's one of the amendments. Something to, I don't really know,
Stand your
but
ground or whatever.
one of the amendments they believe, man.
Right to bear arms.
The right to bear arms, yeah. So they're going to be using, and you know what too as well? They're going to have to use their guns because they know that their government is after them eventually. It's going to come after them during the time of martial law and everything else. So the whole martial law thing and these crackers using their guns and everything, that's all going to equate under Jacob Strong. You better believe a lot of Jakes are going to be taken the fuck out.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna allow somebody else to talk. We'll speak. I've said my piece.
That's our first one. At the bottom of the cloud, right? That's our first one. Oh yeah, see that? You see that?
He's got good eyes, man. I might see him.
You see, brothers? Stop now, see right there in the middle. Yeah, stop right there.
Yeah, stop right here,
See
right
that?
above.
Beautiful, isn't it? Nice, right. It's going into the clouds now.
I guess it wasn't enough for me to see.
So we were talking about how Jake is gone. The reason why Jake is gone is because we're under the curses. And a lot of the things we see our people doing, it all goes back to the curses of Deuteronomy 28.
Yeah.
Because if we were to keep the laws as commanded by the Heavenly Father, all the blessings would come upon us and we would be blessed. But unfortunately, we weren't able to keep those the promises, so the curses have taken over and they've basically polluted the mind of the majority of our people. You see, it's only a small remnant of people that's going to wake up and come to the knowledge of this truth out of the nation of Israel. The rest of the nation, they're too far gone. So let me read it. Read it, Deuteronomy 28. It says, Deuteronomy 28 verse 1, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh thy God, to observe and do all his commandments which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth, and all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy God. It says, blessed shalt thou be in the city, blessed shalt thou be in the field, blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, and the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep. And it goes on to say, blessed shall be thy basket on thy store, blessed shall thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shall thou be when thou comest out. So that was what was promised to us, what we would inherit. That's part of the blessing which Jacob received from his father Isaac, you know, going back to Abraham and the promises. But the trouble is we couldn't keep that part of the covenant, so therefore we've had to suffer the curses. So the curses are quite contrary to what the blessings were. But the good news is that when Yahushua returns, that time of us being cursed is going to come to an end, and then we're going to inherit all the blessings. You know, we're going to have the immortal bodies. You know, our children are going to be all righteous. You know, we're never going to have to worry. You know, is my son going to go to school and be taught some madness and go off? You know, all our children will be righteous. We're going to be a completely blessed nation. But right now, we have to endure the curses.
Yeah.
So the curses start at about verse 15. Yeah. Do you want to read that for you, Robert Sharia? Start about 15 to 18.
Deuteronomy 28, I start at 15, says, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of thy Lord God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I commanded thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Fine. So those curses have literally overtaken our future to the point where, if you imagine it like, imagine being in a room that's filling up with water, the curses be in the water. It's like, you know, you're trying to keep your head above the water. Most people, they're sunken and the curses are way over their heads. There's no way of them coming out of it. We can try and preach this word to a blue in the face. You know, we can break these scriptures down to the most bite-sized chunks, but they still won't come to the knowledge of the Lord, because you know what? Coming to this truth is about election. It's not about choice. Like, I didn't wake up one day and say, hey, you know what, man? I'm going to read in the Bible and read about these curses. No, it didn't happen that way. The Lord brought me into this truth the way he brought me in. Same with any of these other brothers. It's not a thing of where we chose the Lord chose us. So when it comes to dealing with the people of our nation, sometimes it can be vexing, especially when it's family members. You know, you look at these people and you're thinking, man, I'm trying to tell them the truth, why can't they get? But you know what? This is the way the Most High wants it to play out. Because there's a scripture which says, and come to set a man at variance with his household, to set the mother against the daughter, the son against the father, the brother against the sister. That's the way the Most High wants this story to play out, because at the end of the day, this is the Most High's theatre, this is his drama, and what greater drama can we have than conflict within families? And again, conflict when our family. You see, when that person's got both a mum and dad in a house, they've got a house, their lives seem to be going all right. Why is it that my household seems to be broken? But you know what, over time, like when I was growing up in school, I was one of the few children that lived in a single parent household. But as time's gone on, you find out that more and more people are growing up in single parent households. And it's not just Jake now, a lot of the Edomites. See, when I was a young boy at school, primary school, a lot of the Edomites had their families in order, but as I got to like secondary school and shit, I saw more and more of them were starting to have single parent families. The dad was leaving the mother or whatever the case was. So these curses that were on us, they're gradually starting to fall upon our enemies. And that's a beautiful thing to see, because this might sound cold-hearted, but I love it when I see Edomites. I absolutely love it, man. It puts a smile on my face. And these other nations, man, because these other nations, man, they look down at us like we ain't shit. I remember when I was like 19, I had a friend who was, he looked like a Moabite, but I believe he is an Israelite, because he used to vibe with all Israelite children. Like, he was like the one Moabite who would hang with us. And one day we went into Chinatown, and he wanted to buy something in one of the shops, and I walked in there with him. I'm standing there with my hands in the pocket, and I see the Moabites behind the counter. It's like their eyes are bucking their heads, looking at me like, I'm gonna steal something from the shop or shit. Steal something from the shop or some shit. Basically making me feel very unwelcome. It's like, you know, what's this black boy doing in our shop? You see, this is how the other nations look at us, man. And you should get tired of it. You know, you should get sick and tired of always being looked at as an undesirable, you know, like you're less than everybody else. You know, Esau even put that in his fucking, what did they try and classify the so-called Negro man as? What, fifth of a man?
Like, that's still in the institution over there in America.
Exactly, like you're only 3/5 of a man. You're somehow deficient because you've got dark, dirty skin and thick, curly hair. And what the booby brains and all this kind of shit they used to say. That's how the so-called white man looks at us. When in reality, the white man is the lowest of the low, man. In Job, what is it? You would have not suffered to set them with the dogs of his flock. So you got this fucking low-life devil, a guy who likes to in his private time dress up as a fucking woman, or dress up as a dog and let people walk him around on the leash and shit. You got this fucking low-life degenerate guy trying to look down at us, and we're the sons of God, man. We're the, not to sound proud, but we are the sons of God, man. We're the most blessed people on the face of the earth. You got something there? Bring it out, man.
One you mentioned earlier. This is in Micah 7 and 6. For the son dishonoreth the father, the daughter riseth up against her mother, the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are men of his own house.
Exactly. You see, we can't live like this, man, because this isn't real living. This is just existing. You know, it's like to live on this earth in this corrupt society is unsustainable. This can't go on forever. Even if you were successful in the society, right? Okay, let's say you got a good job and you're earning good money. Your woman's still going to be giving you hell. Like, she's not going to want to come into order, so you're getting hell on that level. Let's say you have children. You got to worry. You got to worry that with the fear of them growing up to be degenerates or undesirables. You know, because they've got so many. It's like, imagine if you've got a child right now. The child's being brainwashed by the television. When the child goes to nursery, you got fucking trannies up in the nursery. Take the child to school. They're trying to teach the child that they have to be into LGBTQ, and you got books teaching children how to perform oral sex acts on each other before they're before they're even at that point of maturity. See, you've got so much to combat just to try and keep your family in order in society. You can't sustain it. You got something? You got.
Back to Deuteronomy 28, to back up what you just said as well. 20 says, the Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke that thou cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that thou seest thine hand unto for it to do, until thou be destroyed. So let me just break that down. Because you're saying about when you go into the shop, you know, if they're not telling you, you know, or making it obvious, you know, it's in their mind that you might be a prime suspect. And you know, we can all give testimony that you get in shops and you know, all kinds of things happen, foolish things, but you know, it's just evidence.
Yeah.
So causing vexation and rebuking all that thou seest, things that you see, and let me just bring a little balance.
Go ahead.
You said earlier that you like catching hell. On the way here today, I see two, what looked like would have been a couple, Edomite man and Edomite woman. You look bugged out of their mind. Maybe they're on something. And you see them, the way the guy stopped him when he's like one of them pedal guys, the way he stopped, what's going on here? And he went towards someone and it was a white Edomite woman. I said, wow. So, and I saw not too long ago, when we were doing a little sit down not too long ago, before the brother came round, I was explaining to him that outside my yard there was like two man and a woman Edomite was going at each other. They were almost like literally at each other's throats. And they ended up separating and cursing each other out. So, but that's the cursing and vexation now. What we see, we're still seeing it, we're still getting it, and we still have to deal with it. And we're learning how to deal with it better. But it's coming upon them.
Yep, and that's a small little mercy that the Lord's thrown us, like a little bone. Like we've been catching hell ever since the day we came out of mother's wombs. Yeah. But like that small little like, hey, just have that for a laugh, you know. To see these Edomites catching hell brings a smile to my face. You got more on that, or is it?
No, that's what I just wanted to make that one.
Hey, would you mind getting me Zephaniah 2 from verse 1, Brother Bishop? What? Zephaniah 2 from verse 1. Down to verse 3. From verse 1 down to verse 3, brother.
Okay. It's the book of Zephaniah 2, start from 2 to, where is it, 3, yeah?
Yeah, verse 1.
Verse 1 to 3. Gather yourselves together, ye. Gather together, O nation not desired.
Hold on, you see, the Lord's telling us to gather ourselves together because we're a nation that's not desired. Yeah. Now, that's a scripture that I didn't learn until I came into the knowledge of this truth. When I was in my early life, as a child, you know, young boy, teenager, whatever, in my mind I was always thinking, why has everybody got such a, all these other nations got an issue with so-called black people? Yeah. Why, you know, even the fucking Hamites that aren't our people, you can tell there's a different spirit about them, like they don't really vibe. And I was they don't like us. All these other nations, what is it? Because it's like, I ain't murdered nobody. I wasn't a thief, you know, like I didn't really do anything to make someone specifically have an issue against me, but yet I'm getting all this hate. And I used to sit down and meditate thinking, nah, this ain't right, man. And when I used to go to school, right, as the brother Yurami said earlier, when they're talking about history, all they showed is a picture of the fucking slave boats. And it's like, okay, yeah, this is slavery. But they didn't say, okay, well, where did we take these slaves from? why did we take these slaves? Where did they go to? Who were these people originally? It was just like, oh yeah, well, yeah, they were put on boats and it was a slave trade, and yeah, and now we're gonna jump to World War II. You know, it's like there was no, and I was thinking to myself, and in my mind I'm thinking, right, hang on a minute, why is it, I can look at the so-called Chinese man, and he knows his family history, like, oh yeah, well, we go back to the heart of China or whatever. I can look at the Arab man, he can say, oh yeah, well, my family goes back to here. But when it comes back to my family, I'm thinking, well, where does our history go before, you know, what were we before slavery? And I always had this in my mind, so that's why I had a hatred for the public school system, because I felt like, you know what, man, they're intentionally avoiding this part of the truth. And when I used to ask questions, I'll stop asking questions and, hey,
Yes, thanks.
Shalom.
Glad to see you.
Yeah, when you're asking questions, they're looking at you like you're a rebel or a troublemaker because you're asking questions. But really, how, I can phrase this question to other nations. How would you feel if you've been lied to about your history?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How would you feel if everybody's looking at you like you're a piece of shit? What kind of mindset would you have? You know what I'm saying? So, read that again, Baba Kasha.
Right. Back in Zephaniah 2 verse 1. Gather yourselves together, ye gather together, O nation, not desired.
Hold on there. It says, oh, nation, not desired. It doesn't say nations. So what nation is the most undesirable? What nation is the most undesired on all the earth? It's the Israelites. You see, because the Most High created 18 nations, right? But the most despised is the nation of Israel. And why are we despised? I'm going to get into it. We'll get into that. But I'll just say, for now, it's because of our blessing. You know, because even though we're cursed, we're still blessed.
Right.
You see, even though we're in our worst state, we're still better than all these fucking heathens, man.
Yeah.
And it might sound proud me saying that, but you know what? I don't give a shit because it's just the truth. And you can't speak the truth in this society anymore without someone being fucking offended. Well, guess what? I'm offended. I'm offended that I have to look at a fucking tranny and pretend it's not a tranny. I'm offended that they want me to call them when it's a singular person. Why the fuck am I going to change my language in order to accommodate someone else's bullshit? See, up here we stand on the truth. But the thing is, all these other fake ass motherfuckers out here, they don't stand on anything. That's why they'll go with whatever the government tries to push. They'll drink whatever wine Babylon pours out.
Yeah.
Let's get back to that.
Right. Verse 2. Before the decree bring forth, before the day pass as the chaff, before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you. Before
That's a good point. So, gather yourselves together, O nation not desired, before the wrath of the Lord come upon you. That's breaking those two verses down to its simplest form.
Yes.
So you can see, I can say it that way, right? And when I say it, I'm going to say it again. Gather yourselves together, O nation not desired, before the wrath of the Lord come upon you. See, that's so simple. But Jake in the world can't get it. That's fucking like me speaking some foreign language to them.
Swahili.
Yeah, but it's so simple. Now, and that goes to show you that the Most High has blocked their ears from hearing and stopped their eyes from seeing. That's why it's a very scary thing. When you understand the power of the Lord, how much He can do to block a person receiving His truth, that's why we have to be very grateful.
Can I say something, right? And that's why, you know, you see about that, you see when the Lord opens up your mind, it's a blessing, yeah? And you know, we always say that it's simple. It's not simple, it's hard for them to understand, but it's simple for the person that the Lord has woken up.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? When you open up that mind, because you know, it's talk about there are scales from your eyes.
Yeah.
When the Lord removes the scales from your eyes, that is, everything seems to become easier to understand.
Yeah.
But they won't get it. We talk about it all the time. These people that have high education, these politicians, they can't get it.
Yeah.
Right? These doctors, they can't get it because it wasn't for them to understand. The Lord blocked their mind, their thoughts, everything.
And that's the truth. And this is the sad part of the story. It's about election.
Yes.
You know, right now the Most High is dealing with the elect. So if I'm speaking to guys who might be in the truth and wondering, but why can't my girlfriend get it, or why can't my mum get it, or my brother or my auntie, why can't they get it? It's because unfortunately the Most High is only dealing with his elect, and the elect is a very specific number at this point in time. So you can't fight against the Lord, just as in Acts the 5th chapter it says, leave these men alone lest you be found to fight against the Lord. You can't fight against the Lord in order to make someone get this truth, unfortunately. Keep reading, Baba.
Right.
Sure.
Back in 2. Before the decree, bring forth before the day pass as the chaff. Before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you, before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you.
And why is the Lord's anger going to come? Because what do the scriptures say? The Most High is angry with the wicked every day. The scriptures also say that the Most High is not the author of confusion. What does the word Babylon mean? Land of confusion. When you look around here, like, it's hard to do because I'm so into the truth that I see everything through the lens of the scripture. If I was to try and turn that part of my spirit off and just to look at the world as a normal person, it's hard for me to do because nothing here makes sense. You know, everything is just confusion and chaos. You know, everybody's running around doing their own will. But what is the purpose of man on this earth? Ecclesiastes 12, verse 7, I believe. You got it?
No. I just got another precept, but I know where you're coming from. I bring this precept out, yeah? 2 Corinthians 4:4 says, in whom the God of this world hath, I'll start with the precept. But if our gospel be hid, it's hid to them that are lost. In whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of whom which believe not. He's the light of the glorious gospel of Yahushua Mashiach, who is the image of God, should shine unto them.
So the Most High don't want them to see.
So when you were saying about putting ourselves in their shoes, now from time to time, Most High may give us that kind of spirit where we can do that. You know, preserve getting into any kind of heated arguments, or maybe even worse than that. Most High might, give us a glimpse of how to put ourselves in their shoes. They're blinded. They're literally blinded, just like a man who can't see what he's doing or where he's going. He needs a walking stick.
To find his way.
So that's how these people are. They're blinded, and that's why sin is laid in more upon sin, upon sin, upon sin. Now we're still going to be vexed though, but it's just the Most High giving us ways in which how we can deal with it through the, as you say, through the scriptures, and as we grow in spirit,
Yeah. So back to what I was saying about what's the purpose of man. You see, if you lived according to the rudiments of this world, you think that there's no purpose to life. Again, I'm talking a bit about my own experience here. When I was a child at school, I had questions. When I was a child at school, I had questions. And one of the questions I always used to meditate on is, what's the meaning of life? And you know what teachers used to tell me at primary school? Oh, there is no meaning to life. You need to stop asking those questions. And I'd say to myself in my head, fuck you, man. I'm going to find the answer. Because I'm not going to stop just because you're telling me to stop. No, I'm just an inquisitive person anyway. I like to think things through, get to the bottom of things. And thankfully, that's the spirit that was on me. And lo and behold, now I'm in the truth and I know what the purpose of man is. Would you mind, as how Baba Kushar, Ecclesiastes 12, this is verse 7, I think. But this is the whole purpose of man.
Finish in 7 now. Finish up.
No, I'm going to go back to this. I'm kind of moving around. Hopefully the spirit will keep it up. So it's either 7 or 9. This is the whole purpose of man.
Ecclesiastes 12, verse 13. Alright, Ecclesiastes 12, verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
For water. You see that single scripture there? If this was a righteous society, when I was a child, 7 years old, 6 years old at school, asking these questions, what's the purpose, what's the meaning of life, a righteous teacher would have said that. Fear the Most High and keep the commandments. And if they'd have said that to me early on in life, maybe it would have taken me a bit more directly to my point. But the point is that the Most High takes us on a journey he wants us to take us through to get to where we're going to be. But the whole point is that this life is not a mystery. Esau's the one who tries to make life a mystery because all he does is throw out confusion. And when there's so much confusion, people can't tell up from down, left from right, hot from cold, right from wrong. They don't know anything anymore. So what he's done is just created a society where people are so stooped in confusion that they can't tell their arse from their elbow anymore. And what he's also got them doing is running after their own vain desires and ambitions. You know, one of the things they used to ask me at school, oh, what do you want to do when you grow up? You know, a lot of people think, oh, well, I want to be a lawyer, or I want to be a doctor, or I want to be this, I want to be that. Well, guess what? Again, I can only speak for myself, but maybe some of the other brothers will have similar testimonies. But I had ambitions, I had desires, I had things that I wanted to do in life. But you know what? The Most High made it so, you know what? You're not going to be doing that. You're going to be out here and you're going to be prophesying. That's what my purpose is for you. You see, because really our lives aren't really ours. They're on loan from the Lord. So really, we are supposed to do what the Most High wants us to do. Now, what did the scriptures say? The spirit of the prophets is subject unto the prophets. So if we be those prophets, this is our lot, and we have to be content with it.
Isaiah 24 verse 5. The earth is also defiant unto the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinance, broken the everlasting covenant.
That's right. So this earth is absolutely defiled, man. That's why I don't like coming out my house unless I absolutely have to, because you know what? As soon as I come out my house, I'm starting to feel defiled, man. Not to say that I'm somehow super righteous or something, because the scriptures say all our righteousness is as filthy rags. But there's a certain spirit that you kind of like. When you're alone, when you're in this truth and you're alone, you get sensitive to spirits. Now I know there's certain particular spirits on me, and when I come out of my house, I start to get buffeted by all kinds of other wayward spirits. You're sitting on the train and someone comes sit next to you, you know what kind of demons this person's got in them, and they start like rubbing up against you and shit. It's not pleasant, man. Like, you know what? It's funny because I'm out here and we're teaching, right? And some people might look at me and say, "Oh, so you teach the Bible on the street? Oh, that's really brave." I don't see that as brave. I just see it as something that we've got to do. I find it more difficult to sit on the train to get here and get home than I do to stand here teaching, because of all the fucked up spirits that are on the train, man. Especially on a Saturday night. All the animals come out on a Saturday, man.
Freaks come out.
Exactly. Let's get back to Zechariah. Is it Zechariah? Yeah, go ahead.
Right, this is Romans chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God.
That's beautiful.
To them who are called according to his purpose. So the Lord is, he woke you up for a purpose.
Yes.
That's right.
He woke brothers here, behind the camera, purpose. He's got purpose for us, got purpose for these brothers over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But some people don't know that purpose because the Lord has blinded them.
And that's why they get strung out on drugs and all kinds of other madness, because so like it, hold that for a second, I'm going to speak of it. I've been through some certain things, and I've seen certain things in my time, and people who have been I've been around people who have been susceptible to various forms of addictions and stuff like that. You know, people who've been on drugs and all kind of madness. And a lot of the reasons why a lot of these people are doing these things is because they have no purpose. And when they've got no purpose, they know something's missing in their life, and they want to fill that void, but they don't have anything positive or constructive to fill it with. And again, this goes back to Esau being the fucking devil, because a lot of Jacob's susceptible to this too. You know, being addicted to drink or drugs and stuff. The thing that's missing in their life is the meaning, the purpose, and they're not getting it from the society, because all the society has done is lie to them and tell you, you can do what you want, do as thou will, live your own life. You know what? That lifestyle never leads to fulfillment. That's why people always try to get the next thing. Let's say, oh well, my goal is to get this certain job. They get that job. Oh well, now I need to get this house, or they get the house. Oh well, now I need to get a certain type of car. You know, it's always, there's never any fulfillment in consumerism. But when you come to this truth and the spirit starts dealing with you, you realize that's the most important thing, because like, God forbid I lose my house, or I lose something physical. I can deal with that, but imagine if the Holy Spirit was taken away. I can't deal with that. It's like, you might as well just kill me now, because I know that there's no purpose for me anymore. So having this truth is the most precious thing that any of us can really have.
I'm going to kid it. Can I just add to you?
Go
right?
ahead.
Like Yahweh Shai, what he did, he had to decrease in order to increase.
That's a good point.
So just like us now, no matter what the Lord takes from us, I know it sounds easier said than done. When the Lord strips up, if we actually going down even further, we decrease it. But the Lord just wants you to increase, learn
in the spirit.
That's it, and increase. That's it.
That's a good point. I'm going to give a brief testimony, if I may. Yesterday I went to the shop to buy some some groceries in my road. And as I was coming back, I saw a woman with 2 children walking towards me, and the boy was holding a cup and he had some money in it. And he's just a little toddler, and he didn't see his footing and he tripped, and all the money fell on the floor. And I looked at that boy and he didn't cry, because usually when a child drops, they cry. And his money was holding him out. I picked it up and I gave it to his mum. And then I continued walking, and I thought about it, because everything that we see, or everything that we experience in this life, is not random. The Most High makes us see it for a reason. Now I meditated on that little boy tripping up, and I thought about myself, because recently I've been catching a bit of help, and physical health situations going wrong and shit like that. And I saw myself in the same shoes as that little boy. So that little boy was walking, he was carrying that cup of money, and I thought about myself in the truth. Now I'm walking and I've got this truth, I'm trying to hold on to it, but I tripped and I fell. What does the scripture say? A righteous man falls 7 times and get it back up again.
Yes.
Now, I compared myself to that boy, because when he tripped, he didn't cry. And I thought, you can't cry when you trip either. It's like sometimes, like if you look at life through the lens of the world, you think that, bad things are happening to you because the Most High hates you. No, that's not the case. Really, if good things are happening to you and your life is cushy, that's when you've got to be scared, because it might mean the Most High is not dealing with you. Because the scriptures say, if thou comest to serve the Most High, prepare thy soul for temptation, and make not haste in times of trouble. So when I meditated, I thought to myself, you know what, man? Because sometimes you can wonder, when you're alone, demons start talking to you and shit, and it could be like, is the Lord really dealing with you? Is the Spirit still on you?
We all get that whispering, brother.
You know what I'm saying?
That whispering.
Oh, you haven't done a video in 2 days. Is the Spirit off you? Them little things, and it's like, you've got to fight that constantly.
Yeah, it's funny, but the demon's funny though. He's encouraging you, he's making you feel bad that you don't do it.
Yeah.
Although he's telling you, you haven't done a video in 2 days, you might think he's saying something nice to you, but it's not. He's actually making you feel guilty.
No, that's the whole point. That's
You see?
feel guilty.
Make you feel guilty.
But I'll say this, right? I'll say this, right? I'll say this. To everything there is a time and a season. Actually, Ecclesiastes 3. Yeah, I know you're distracted by the 2 carpet notches. Speak on verse 1. To everything there is a time and a season.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 1.
Yep.
To everything there is a season and a time. That's like a new. Ecclesiastes 3 and 1.
Yep.
To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven.
That's right. We're going to read more on that, but I'll just speak a second. There's a time and a purpose to everything under the sun. So everything that happens to you happens on the Lord's schedule.
Yeah.
So there's going to be times in the truth where you're going to be doing okay, then there are going to be times where you're going to be catching a lot of help. It's not always going to be a smooth, this isn't the Isley Brothers, what's that song? Nothing but smooth sailing tonight. This isn't our life. We've got to go through ups and downs, man. So read on, Brother Michelle.
Verse 2. A time to be born,
Yep.
a time to die,
Right.
a time to plant,
Yep.
and a time to pluck up that which is planted,
Right.
a time to kill,
Yep.
and a time to heal,
Yep.
a time to break down, and a time to build up.
That's right. So sometimes the Most High is going to take you through things to break you down in order to build you back better. You see, this is the thing. The Most High, like, if you're in this truth, right, the Most High is not breaking you down to destroy you. He's breaking you down in order to build you back better. Because sometimes there's things in our characters that we don't even recognize within ourselves, or even brothers might not even perceive. But the Most High might perceive something in your spirit that's like, you know what? In order for you to get to the next level, that has to be addressed.
Right.
So in order to address that, he might destroy your situation completely. You might be thinking, what the hell's going on, man? Why the hell's my life falling apart? Am I doing something wrong? Am I bugging out? But no, maybe the Lord's breaking it down to build it back better. Carry on.
Verse 4. A time to weep, a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance.
Carry on reading, carry on.
Carry on,
Yeah, read on. Let me, people are listening.
Ecclesiastes 3, verse 3. A time to kill, and a time to heal, a time to break down, a time to build up. So when it says time to break down, the Lord doesn't like prideful people, man. All right, like my dad, the Lord broke him down big time. Here he is thinking he's a doctor and this, that, and the other. He lost his license. When the Lord gave him back his license, then he started being stingy with his money. So then, my dad, and then the Lord took that money away from him because he was proud, man. And he lost his doctor's license for 7 years. 7 is completion, right?
Yeah.
And then the Lord gave it back to him, and then he started to get stingy again, and the Lord took it away from him, man. All right. So that's how the Lord works. He wants us as his children to learn the lessons.
Yes. Read it again because I missed it.
Can you start off all over again? What's up, best friend?
Yeah, we got time to kill.
Ecclesiastes 3, verse 3. A time to kill, a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up.
See that verse there, Ecclesiastes 3, verse, what was that? 3?
Yeah.
Christians read that all the time at funerals. A time to kill, a time to heal, but they don't acknowledge the fact that, Deuteronomy 32 and 39, see now that I am he.
Yeah.
The Most High kills people, man. They don't acknowledge that in the Christian church. They'll be like, they don't link the scriptures because they don't go precept upon precept. So they read that and completely gloss over the fact that the Most High says the time to kill and the time to heal. Read your Bible.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because my friend, she's late. She's died now, but she became a Labour councillor. And then when she died at her funeral, there's a Ghanaian pastor. You know what he said? He said, "Death is a mystery." I was like, what? I said, here it is. You got even Sadiq Khan was at this funeral. She was a Labour councillor.
Okay.
And when he was teaching, he actually said, "Death is a mystery." What do you mean death is a mystery? God sanctions.
Yeah.
That shows you that whole church thing is just an abyss of complete spiritual alliteration, right? Saying that death is a mystery. No, the Lord puts people to death. He wounds and he heals, man. All right.
This is Psalm 68 verse 20. He that is our God is the God of salvation, and unto God the Lord belong the issues from death. Oh, that's a mystery. See, you got a lot of fucking, forgive me, I swear, I don't give a shit. Right? You got a lot of fucking ignorant people in positions of authority trying to masquerade as if they're some kinds of teachers or something, but they ain't fit to teach, man. Really, they need to be taught themselves. You're telling me about this pastor, death is a mystery. What Bible are you reading, man?
Yeah. Yeah, he said it as well. Alright, Ecclesiastes 3 verse 4. A time to weep, a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance.
Exactly. So the Most High is going to bring things upon you in their season, man. Because look, if you look at everything, like there's cycles to everything in life. Like even now, look at the weather. You don't have pure summer all the time. You go through phases. You've got autumn, spring, summer, winter. There's seasons of things. So even in your life and in your walk in the truth, this is something that Christians don't experience, because to them, have you accepted Jesus in your life? And every day is a season to them. But in this truth, in this real truth, you're going to catch all kinds of hell. Things are going to go up, things are going to go down, things are going to go left, they're going to go right. You're never going to stay the same. And really that's good, because that means you're growing in this thing. And really you always want to be trying to hit that next level. Carry on, brother.
That's right. Verse 5. A time to cast away stones.
Yep.
A time to gather stones together.
Yep.
A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. And that's a can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Brothers that in this truth, that's the time we're in. We're not time. Listen, we said that in the car when we did a video. We ain't got time to start going out on dates and
trying to be just the lover.
Yeah, and trying to be Shabba Ranks and the lover man. And, yeah. We ain't in that time no more, man. Judgment is coming, man.
I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly how I'm thinking. Carry on.
Yeah, so that kind of sometimes the Lord, He knows that a brother in his truth, that might be his weakness, a woman. So the Lord might test you, man.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And 1 minute you're going out with her, the next minute, she sleeps over, and then you might miss camp one day. because we know a guy years ago, remember it was in Tottenham?
Yeah, man.
A guy had a girlfriend and he was saying, I hope I come next week. And then next week didn't come, the week after didn't come, and it was all for a woman.
Lost his mind.
So when Jacob's trouble, hey, go cry to that woman, man. See if that woman's gonna save you.
Yeah, when the nukes are flying, let's see if your baby can get you out of that. Now, if I may, that's glad you said that because I think that's if we're gonna be honest as men, that's all of our weakness. A woman.
That's true.
You know, if the right woman was to come up like
There's levels of weaknesses though. I've seen, you know, I mean, there's levels. Let me carry on.
No, you're right. You're right. There is levels, but it's something that we've always got to be mindful of.
Yeah.
Because there's many great men in the truth that ran out of their wits for women. He says that in the first Ezra, many men have ran out of their wits for women to become servants for their sake.
Yeah.
You know, so again, as a man, you've got to be mindful of that, and I'm speaking for myself as well.
Yeah.
You know, because you know what I mean. It only takes one. You know.
If you're aware of it, then you're a little bit stronger than those that are not aware of it.
Yeah.
So lucky that one's not working in the middle. Yeah, carry on.
Verse 5. A time to cast away stones.
Yep.
A time to gather stones together.
Yep.
A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing.
Exactly. They that have wives feel as though they have none.
Yep. And a time to get loose, a time to keep, and a time to cast away. A time to rent, and a time to sow, and a time to keep silence, and a time to speak.
Right, now that's what I wanted to touch upon, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, because I was talking about that spirit that can sometimes jump on you like, I was thinking, because I was in this situation myself, I was finding it hard to do videos because I was catching so much help. And I remember that scripture, I thought to myself, you know what, man? Maybe this is just time for me to sit down and meditate rather than try and force the course. Because, you know, as I say, the spirit moves in mysterious ways. And sometimes it's like, you need to just stop and kind of reflect on what's going on. And actually take a bird's eye view of the situation, because as men, when you're in a situation, you're in it and you're kind of, you know, you're looking from this perspective, but sometimes you need to kind of take a step back and be like, if I was actually to look at this from a higher vantage point perhaps, maybe I can see something that I wasn't seeing before, and that's what I was doing. So that was my experience with that scripture there. Time to speak, a time to keep silence.
But Sluggy, you said that something was discouraging you in the video?
I was catching hell.
Okay, fair enough. But you overcome.
I'm here now.
You're still here, that's it.
And that's why I use the analogy of the boy I saw fall over yesterday with a couple of points. Righteous man falling 7 times and getting back up again.
And you didn't cry, did you?
No. So we can't cry when we catch. What you can if you for that type of person, but I'm not the type of person to cry.
Yeah.
Well, crying, the old saying, can't. What's the point in crying over spilt milk? Which if you're emotional, you're going to cry. But I mean, if you cry at the spilt milk, is it going to get back up into the glass of bottle and get back into the bottle?
So you think the way I think. That's why I don't cry so much, because you know, I think it goes back to your childhood as well. Because when you're a child, if you cry, that's usually a sign that you want help or attention. And if your parents give you that help or attention, next time you're hurt, you'll cry. But in my case, when I would cry, I wouldn't get help or attention. So I was thinking, well, there's no point crying, so just deal with it. So I don't cry anymore.
I'll let you get back to that, but this is a quick one, yeah? This is Sirach chapters 11 and 40. It says, prosperity and adversity, life and death, poverty and riches come of the Lord. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. Love and the way of good work are from Him.
Beautiful.
So just to relate to, like, you know, you is going through something which we all are in our own way. You know? One man medicines, the next man's poison. I could talk about things that I've lost in my short time in the truth, things that I consider to be blessings. Now I don't really like talking about things that I've lost, because that to me is like, what, you know, if you cry about it, it's not going to get, you ain't going to get it back.
Yeah.
Just think about, you know, the blessings that we're going to have. But I always say there's a balance. There's always a balance.
Yeah.
things that you're going through. There's a balance. So this really helps to really bring that the balance of the Lord out.
Yeah,
You know?
it's a beautiful point. Water, man. What? You done with that? You got more?
There's a little bit more here.
Right.
Alright, verse 7. A time to rend, a time to sow, a time to keep silence, and a time to speak, a time to love, and a time to hate.
That's right. So hatred is allowed according to the Bible. But you see, Christians, oh, that's hate. You can't hate. God doesn't hate. No, God is angry with the wicked every day. God hates Edomites. Yeah, I said it. God hates Esau. And what? Don't get angry with me, get angry with the Bible, man.
That's right. It says a time to love, a time to hate, a time of war, a time of peace.
So right now we are at war. You might not think it, but we are. Ecclesiastes 6 and verse 11.
Now, why can't a Christian see that? Christian pastors see that and know that there's a balance.
Oh, they can see.
You know what I'm saying? There's a balance. You know,
They can see.
everything written there is a balance.
But the Christian pastor can see it, but it doesn't profit because he's not a prophet. What profits him is his pocket, his money. So by him telling people, like if people are coming into his church, right? People are coming to his church like, you know, God hates you because you're a sodomite. Oh yeah, God hates you because you committed adultery. Those people are going to stop coming. So he's going to hurt his pocket. So he's all about profit in the financial sense, not profit in, you know, being a prophet of speaking the words of the Lord.
Yeah, that's right.
Ephesians 6 and Ephesians 6 and 10, like because I said we're at war.
Ephesians chapter 6 verse 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Verse 11. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
Yep. Read the next one, Brother Ishar.
Verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Right, water. So I'm going to speak on that because, as I said, I was catching hell, but usually I'm able to discern my situation. So I realized that, you know what, this is a spirit that has been set upon me to try me for a certain point in time. Now, I can feel today that spirit's no longer on me. But for the past however long month or whatever it was I was going through my shit, that spirit was heavy and it was present able to fuck up shit in my life. Now, a carnal person won't see that. They'll be like, oh, well, it's just another day. But no, man, there's times and seasons to everything. So if the Most High is going to try you, you can send it, like, for example, a sickness. You could get sick for a month or whatever, but that's because that spirit has been unleashed on you for that period of time. Until the Most High says, okay, the time's fulfilled, come off him now, or whatever the case may be. But there's spirits moving up and down all throughout this place. We can't see them because, you know, we've got these physical eyes, but through the spirit, you can feel it. So we're wrestling not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, spiritual wickedness in high places. So we need to put on the armor of God. And how do we do that? By acquainting ourselves with this word and being well versed in it. You see, there's no point in having a Bible and just having it sitting on your fucking your coffee table, just sitting there gathering dust.
To be a bed.
Yeah, being a dust catcher. That's not what the Bible's for, man.
Yeah, that's it. No, but you can use the Quran for that.
Yeah.
No. If you need some toilet paper, use that as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
man. You run out, you know. You get what I mean? Yeah.
That Quran, there's no prophecies in that book, man. There's no spiritual edification, man. You might as well be reading fucking Peppa Pig or something. You're not gonna get the spiritual growth you need in the Quran. Yeah. So you know, someone might get offended by that. You know, I don't care. Go ahead,
Ephesians chapter 6 verse 11. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
Now, I'm going to tie that up with another scripture.
Verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
That's right. So the Most High controls both these sides, man. He controls both the good and the evil. And whatever the Most High's will be, that's what the spirits that are sent out will do, and they'll be happy to do it, man. What was the one where the spirit said, "I'll be a lying mouth I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets"?
Yeah, that one.
I can't remember where that is.
King's in it.
Yeah.
Look up, yeah.
Yeah, Colada, man. Much appreciated.
Because you know, I'm not into rugby or anything. But, you know, rugby, they've got a stadium. You know what it's called? It's called the
Hopefully
Principality
this will work on
Stadium.
you.
Oh, really?
And Principality is a leader. A principality is a leader of a legion of demons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you know, like you've got an army, yeah. Let's say you got 20,000 army, but you've got a leader of that army. Yeah, so that's and they actually named to the stadium Principalities, man.
It's powerful. I know that. I full of money.
Yeah, I just heard it on Sky Sports the other day. I was like, oh, and it's actually called Principality Stadium. So that shows you darkness of this place. Yeah.
Testimony, yeah.
Go ahead.
To what you're saying. 'Cause I don't really talk too much about, you know, I mean, we have to go through things, but this reminded me, I had what they call it, sleep paralysis, just in this week, one day in this week. But let me say this, right? I knew exactly what was happening, and I was saying to myself, it's a demon, it's on you. I was lying down, and my back, you know, my belly to the flat. I was lying on my belly. And
You was lying on your front?
yeah, on my front. And the demon come and pressed on me. You know what I said? I said, the Most High, it's for me to get stronger. And in my mind, I'm saying it's for me to get stronger. And I felt myself getting stronger. And then I just eventually got so strong in it. And now you're going to do it now. And everything was like step by step. Because I was listening to when brothers say it's the reason why they come on you is for you to get stronger in the spirit. So I was thinking to myself, like, just like with weight, the heavier the weight, the stronger you get, and be consistent and believe. And eventually I said, I'm going to be able to say it soon in a minute now. And I said, Jehovah Shimon Shah, bam! And I did it. And I said to myself, oh, I kind of get it, man. And I wasn't terrified because I knew a little bit, I knew what was going on. So relating to your point, now these things that come upon us for you, it's for the Most High to make you get stronger in the spirit. And physically, I was going through something, right? I keep a lot of things secret, right? But I was going through some vertigo. Huh? Vertigo.
Balance.
No, it's like balance. Right?
Yeah.
Nah, I know there's a lot more I know about it since I started to suffer from it. But when I started to go out and do my little thing with my wheel, night running around in the night, that was me getting the healing. I was healing myself. Yeah. But at the same time, being healed of that, I became stronger mentally as well because I took something and now if you say to me, can I still do it? I don't know, but don't give me that thing what I had before. It took that for me to get out there and do it. What I was doing, put my mind to something. Now it's made me stronger physically, and looking back, I can see why the Most High let that happen. Because he's showing, the Wizard of Oz. If I only had a brain, right? If I only had a heart, if I only had the brain, the heart, and courage.
Courage, that's what they're lying.
They all had them. They didn't know that they had them. But when they went to that idiot behind the fucking that the crooked old man telling them that they ain't shit, and then realised that they had to go through that, and they realised everybody had it. He came out and he awarded them, but they didn't really need him to award them. They already had it already.
They had it already.
And he didn't have it himself.
He was the fucking
behind the screen.
Yeah, he was the counterfeit man.
Yes.
All of them was the real deal.
He's a puppet master.
And the lion represents Judah. You know,
Yeah,
we go back
I know,
to the
I know.
You know that?
Yeah, cowardly lion.
So
That's why it says Judah is the lion's whelp, shall rouse him up.
he thought he didn't know he was full of courage until he had to go into that conundrum. He was the most cowardice he thought. If you saw the movie, when he saw the big
I've watched that
thing,
movie.
he turned around and he ran and he dived out. He was the most cowardice out of all of them, but the lion's supposed to be the most courageous out of all of them. That's Judah today. Right now, because we're not connected with our power, we're the most cowardice people on the planet. We're leading people to do what's wrong instead of doing to do what's right. When you connect with your power and he tells you what you can do, like back to why I realized what I can do, he had to put something on me.
Yeah.
See, but that's all.
I know it sounds grievous, something that it says, when you come to a lowest estate, take it cheerfully.
Yeah,
It don't feel good though, I'll tell you that though, it
Don't feel good, no.
No, but
I don't up for it. I don't want to get over. What's the word? Yeah, I'm not one of them people that say give it. Nah, I don't want to. I don't want to tempt the Lord.
No way, man.
But I'm glad I went through what I went through. That's what I'm saying.
Well, this is the thing, man. Every brother's own situation they go through is tailor-made specifically for them. So the things that I might deal with is going to be different for you, but it's perfect for what you need or what this brother needs. That's right.
I got the one. You see the one that's in Kings. First Kings.
Bring it out, brother.
Yeah. The book of Kings. First Kings 22, verse 21. And there came forth a spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him.
Now read the verse up, Shah. Who will persuade him to fall at Ramoth Gilead? Who will persuade Ahab to fall at Ramoth Gilead?
I like how you use
Verse 20. Is it verse 20, yeah? Okay. Verse 20. And the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab? Or Ahab, no, sorry. Ahab. That may go up and fall at
Ramoth Gilead. So, what you need to understand, this is very powerful because it shows you that there's counsels in the heaven pertaining to everybody's lives. Like the things that we do, it tells you clearly in, is it Job? Man's going to the Lord, how then can a man understand his own way? I think it's in Job. Proverbs, okay. Proverbs. Well, yeah, the one in Job says, during slumberings of the bed, you see the instructions for the next day. So my point is that there's counsels in the heavens about what you are or what you are not going to do. So that's an example of that. So really, that should put you in even more fear of the Lord, because a lot of people think that, oh well, I do what I want, I'm living my own life, I'm doing my own thing. Nah, man, the Most High has already done.
Man's word of the Lord, isn't it?
Yeah, he's already done predestined what you're going to do. So yeah, there's no such thing as free will. I remember a lot of people used to get offended when they come up to the camp and they're like, but so you mean there's no free will? It's like, yeah, there is no free will. You do what you're programmed to do. Really, we're like robots for the Most High. We do what we're programmed to do. That's it. Whether we're in the truth or whether we're not in the truth, we do what we're programmed to do. So read on, Brother.
Yes. And one said on his manner, and another said on that manner. And there came forth a spirit and stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord saith unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him, and prevail also. Go forth and do so.
See, that's a beautiful scripture, because it made, again, as I'm talking, I'm reflecting on my own life and my own walk in this truth. And so, in that situation, the Most High was having a counsel about how a particular man was going to be put to death. But there was counsels in the heavens about how the Most High was going to lead you into this truth. For example, I'll use myself as an example. When I was in the world, I had ambitions and wanted to do this, that, and the other. And it so happened that the Most High obviously had a counsel. How am I going to bring Caleb into the truth? One spirit came up and said, oh, well, I'll persuade him this way. Another who said, I'll persuade him that way. And in my case, it happened to be situations falling apart, broken relationships with women who I wanted that fell apart and shit, leads me into the truth. And I'm grateful for it. But the fact of the matter is that I have to give all that glory unto Yahweh Hashem Yahshua, because it wasn't me. Like, I didn't decide. This was chosen for me. But it's through situations and circumstances. And I'm saying all of that to encourage people to be more spiritual in assessing things, because as I say, when you're actually in the heat of the moment, when you're in your life, you're looking at it like, oh well, this has happened now, I've got to react. And most people are just reactionary to the things. The physical should be like see. But what you've always got to understand is that there's always a spiritual component to everything, even the smallest thing. There's spiritual components to it. And when you start to perceive these aspects of life, that will open you up more to, hey, you know what, man, what's the Most High really trying to show me through this situation or that situation? Because You can't just take things at face value, which is what the public full system encourages everybody to do. They encourage you to be carnal minded. And what does the scripture say? The carnal mind is enmity with the Most High. You know, everything on TV is trying to dumb you down to stop you being spiritual. But really, as Israelites, man, it's our nature to be spiritual because we're the most spiritual people on the planet. That's why you see these Christian churches filled up with our people, because they have a zeal for the Lord, but not according to knowledge. See, they've got they crave, they know that we've got that connection to the Most High. We've got that spiritual connection, and they're looking for it in all the wrong places, man. Anyway, anybody got any precepts?
Yeah, go on. 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 9. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness.
That's beautiful, man. Read that again, Bible.
First, 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 9. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness.
That's a beautiful point, because again, we've got to come out of the way we were taught from this world. This world taught us that, oh, you got to fucking hell, man.
They're floating it.
Do you know what, man? It's like
don't even worry about it. I mean, you know
Oh
what I mean?
no, man, we're laughing, you know.
the scripture says that the joy of the hypocrite is but
Not
for
in
a
that way.
moment.
You know, that came out wrong, you know.
So this is their day in the sun.
Well, slay these people, man.
That's why they're doing it. The demons on them. Why they
That's
doing
not, no,
it.
it's fine.
Yeah. 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 9. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee.
Salakia. But that's why the Edomite has to be taken out of account.
That's right.
Yeah,
So because there's two Edomite women there
yeah, man.
walking around flaunting that they're lesbians.
Yeah.
And the Edomite is in the most people look up to the Edomite, so they're pretty much exemplification of what people should be doing on the
Standard
side.
of beauty as well, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And then they're hiding behind that veneer of being white and shit, like they're pure and all this kind of crap. They're the most fucking corrupt people on the planet, man. That's why they got to be put in chains, man.
That's right, man. They're polluters. You know, like when you have those big tankers and there's an oil spill,
Yeah.
and it pollutes the ocean, and if
Yeah.
you don't clean it up, it just keeps spreading.
Yeah.
That's what this devil has done, man.
That's why they need to be put in chains. Carry on, brother.
He said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness.
Yeah, again, that's what I was going to say. You see, this world tries to teach you that, oh, you know, you've got to be strong. No, it's good to be strong. It's important to be strong, especially as a man. You've got to be strong. You can't be a pussy or anything like that. But my point is that we're in this mortal flesh, and this flesh is very weak. So you're not always going to be at 100% because we're not perfect like that. See, the Most High's perfect like that. He's without faults. He's the Ancient of Days. You know, there's no limit to the Most High, but He's put us in these chains of darkness, and sometimes you've got to work with those chains in the sense that, you know, like, I hate being sick, I hate being unwell and stuff, but it's part of the conditions that the Most High wants us to experience in order to bring us closer to Him, because as He said, my strength is made perfect in weakness. So the Most High might give you or this brother or that brother a particular thorn in the flesh like He did Paul, but that's to keep you on a certain level. Because if you didn't have that, maybe you'd be running up and down like any of these other crazy people out there.
I've got one to back you up,
That's
right?
a beautiful analogy, you know.
Because I'll just read first. Sirach 2. I'll start from the top. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation, set thy heart aright, and constantly endure, and make not haste in the time of trouble. Cleave unto Him and depart not. So, what the Apostle Paul found out was that where was your strength? Because we have strengths in this flesh. We have weaknesses in this flesh, but we also have strength in this flesh. People in the world, you know, some of them could do some great calls and all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But in the truth, as we carry on, it says, constantly endure and make not haste in the time of trouble. Cleave unto Him, depart not away. See, if you're strengthening yourself when the Most High puts these things on you, plagues, whatever it may be, and you cleave away, where was your strength? Was it in Him? No. Your strength must probably was in yourself. And your self-reliance and your ability to be able to think things through because you left the Lord. Yeah?
That's a good point.
Cleave not unto him, depart not away, that thou mightest be increased at the least end. We ain't got no flipping strength right now.
Yeah.
In the flesh, there's levels of strength, but our real strength, back to the analogy with the Wizard of Oz again, his strength was that his weakness, he had to find out he already had a heart. Or he already had, they all had what they were seeking. But the most it takes our power to bring to our attention.
Yeah.
Not our own wisdom, our own knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Our strength is in your heart, but in your whole shot.
That's a beautiful
Yeah,
point.
and that's only the elect.
Yeah.
We don't get weaker if we call upon the Lord. We get stronger.
Well, Brother Christian, let me back him up there. Let me back up there, brother, my beautiful brother, right? Luke 17 and 20. And when he said, and when he was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of the Lord should come, he answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall I say, lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of the Lord is within you. And as he said a while ago, it's within us already, you know, right? But it just needs to come out. You know what I mean? And there's it's been in there before.
I know this brother's good enough because he gets me going with what they call him, testimony. Now there was another one that just come to me. When I was in the shop the other day, I kind of touched on it a little bit. There's some guy, you know, it's always awkward when we deal with these people in the shop, the shopkeepers.
Yeah.
And he kind of gave me some money, and I think to myself, oh, did he short change? I walked out of the shop, did he short change me? Now I'm thinking to myself, this guy there. But then I kind of said, I went in there humbly. I said, I think you might have gave me short change me a little bit. He said, no, never. So I kind of my own cockiness kicked in, and I said, all right, keep it then, keep it. Right? But then he said, no, don't say that to me. Well, I'm not a thief. Why would you say something like that? That was me. I was being cocky because Jake can be cocky as well. And it's a bit of self-confidence that's in me. I know.
Elamite.
There's an Ishmael. But he's a kind of a tough guy too, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of one of the tough Ishmael. He's got that look about him, like he might look at you like to intimidate you, and I'm thinking, don't fucking look at me like that, like intimidate me. So my kind of spirit kind of kicks in a bit, my worldly spirit. So I said, you know what? Let me just stop that. Stop it. What are you doing? In my mind, I'm fighting myself, my own ego. And the spirit said, no, said to me, polite. So I said, you know what? I might be wrong. And I'm thinking I might have been wrong. Because I was thinking that day was one of them days where I was getting a lot of things. The day never went well. I could be in the wrong. So I left it, and I'm thinking to myself, if he did short change, go further. And leave it like that. Don't let your ego kick in. So as you say, sometimes we're not relying on the Most High. We think we are, we're not. It's ego. Some of the ego, what you said,
Exactly.
that the Most High is trying to get you out of me. And I came to this conclusion myself. My ego, because I'm training a little bit, and I feel like I might be able to do a little bit more. Because I'm training a little bit, and I feel like I might be able to do a little bit more. Because even one of the elders said that. He said, sometimes when you're training, I feel like I want to fight. When you're training, you're working out. You can do that. Your testosterone level goes up a little bit. You've got to be mindful of that. I said to myself, and when I concluded everything, when I put a curse up, if I'm wrong, forgive me, y'all, but if I'm right, let the curse go upon us. And I was happy the way I dealt with it. To my father. That's what matters. So don't rely on yourself. He likes it when you deal with it in the way that, as a man of the Lord deals with it, not ego.
What you said is good because it brought me to the point I wanted to make. See, when you're going through hell, sometimes you can forget that you've got that connection to the Most High. You can pray about things and you can do it for you. But that's what He wants you to do. Like, you're not going to think your way out of your situation. Like, you might think you can. Like, oh, well, let's say it's something stupid like a financial thing. Oh, well, if I make £50 more this week, I might be able to do this or do that. You're trying to think your way out of the situation rather than thinking, man, let me pray to the Lord about it. And a lot of times it's hard to do that because you get so distracted. Speaking of myself, you're in this situation, you're thinking, oh shit, everything's going wrong. How am I going to do with this? How am I going to do with that? But really, we're supposed to turn to the Lord, man, and let Him, allow Him to work in the situation to bring it to the conclusion He wants it to be. Because all our efforts at the end of the day are futile anyway.
But I understand what you're saying, because those Elamite shops. I went in there to put gas on my car,
Yeah, actually the same.
Yeah, the meter, and I said, "Do you put £6 on there?" And when he was typing away, you know, he said, "Yeah, I took £10." I said, "No, I said 6."
Yes, what's he doing?
And he said, "No, 10." And then I looked at the card and receipt, and then he only took 6.
So he put 10.
But he told me 10. I said, "Why are you knocking?" And this was late.
They do
like
things
3
that-
a.m. in
yeah,
the
yeah,
morning, and then he started smirking.
Yeah.
And there was crackers in the shop.
Yeah.
I said, "You know what? If I was a so-called white man, you wouldn't have taken a piss like that." And then an Edomite was there with a slave, some black woman, yeah. and then he said, "Stop playing the race card." I said, "Shut up! It's the reality card, man."
Yeah.
And then you know what I said? I walked out and I said, "These chocolates are compensation." I took chocolates and I walked out, you know. But then I was walking out, and then I turned around and I remembered who I was. So you know what I did? I went back.
Put him down.
Yeah.
See?
I threw it on the floor though.
See?
I threw it on the floor though.
Oh,
I said,
calm.
I said, "Here's your chocolates back, man. You know, and don't ever disrespect me like that again, man."
Let me read this precept, brother,
You know?
because we could get into, you know.
It was hard though. It was hard for me to
See?
But that's the
Yeah,
situation
yeah.
where you have to turn to the Lord and be like,
See?
you know what?
Yeah, I
Got to
turned-
put my ego down and
Yeah.
let the Lord do it. 'Cause you know what? What did Micah 7 and verse 9 say? "I will bear the indignation of the Lord because I have sinned against him." So that even giving you shit, I hate to say
It's
it.
a punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's true. It's
It's all
true.
about the waiting. What the Lord says, wait upon me.
Oh, you
Yeah,
say
yeah,
right,
yeah.
right,
It's
right.
like, wait upon me, you know?
And know that everything's recorded, man. Remember, every idle word a man shall say, they should give account of on the day of judgment.
Yeah. At least when I went back, I apologized to him. I said,
Yeah.
"Here's your chocolates."
I'm
It's
gonna
good
say,
that you did that.
I'm gonna say what Elder Dewada said. I mean, there's things that brothers say to you. They think that, you know, I mean, you are listening. You're listening. You're not the only one. You said this is their kingdom. I remember when I used to get off. I used to go off. I have to fly off the handle like more regularly, not so much now.
Yeah.
But, you know, I remember.
Remember Peckham and all that?
And he,
yeah.
what he said, it stuck with me. He said, "This is their kingdom." So that's all I'm saying.
Exactly. When we got arrested, none of us bucked up except for that nigga that's not in the camp. We all just took it. And I remember Taz, when I was in the back of the police van, he said, "The Lord made you pop your cherry, man, because you got arrested for this truth." And the reality is, it's their kingdom.
Yeah.
And we're still on punishment, man. So we have to take these things. All the humiliation, all the innuendo jokes at work, maybe. Esau might be taking a piss out of you.
Yeah.
Seeing your women with low lives,
Yeah.
as Edomites, you know, Cushites looking down on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is all part of what we have to suffer because we've done the Lord dirty, man.
That's
So
right.
we can't bitch up and be like, "Oh, the Lord, why this, what?" Nah, man, we done wrong, man. So we
right.
got to hold that L.
Yep.
If I may say, just to give a balance, because we're giving testimonies here, this week I had to have a meeting with a person who was going to determine the outcome of my situation.
Assessment.
Yeah, an assessment, right? And I had to be there at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday. Now, with me, I've been having trouble sleeping and shit. And the night before, I was like, you know what, man? I know I'm going to have trouble sleeping. Let me try and go to bed early so I'm not going to be too tired so I miss the appointment.
Yeah.
So I got into bed about 11. I'm lying there, not sleeping. Got to like 6 a.m., not sleeping. Bang, fall asleep. My appointment was supposed to be at 10.
Yeah.
And I woke up at 9:30 on the dot. I'm like, oh shit, man. I literally had to run out of bed, run down to the bus stop. I got there in time, thankfully.
Yeah.
But as I got in, I walked into this place now, and I was like, okay, let me see what I'm going to have to do with. And I thought, please don't be an Edomite. Because, you know, when you have to do with Edomites for any of these kind of things, they're usually arseholes of mine. I walked in, I sat down at the table, this Edomite woman come out, I'm like, oh, shit.
I'm in trouble, bro.
And yeah, I literally thought, you know what, man, Lord, please guide me through this situation because I knew it's going to be hell. But you know what?
Know where you're going.
It actually turned out well because the Most High, this is what we're saying about cast our cares upon the Lord, because I thought I was going to have to go through all this information, all these letters to prove my case and stuff. She just took one letter, she goes, oh, let me just photocopy it. And she went off. She came back about 5 minutes later, she goes, oh, I've sorted it all out for you, you don't have to come in again. And I didn't even, like, I had like folders worth of information to be like, oh yeah, this and blah blah blah. But it was all sorted out in moments, and I was surprised because usually when you get a Jake, they're a little bit more sympathetic. But usually Edomites are just like, no, these are the rules, no. But she was cool, and my situation on that, it's not over, but at least that little aspect of it was kind of dealt with in a certain way. And this is what I'm saying, man. We've got to turn to the Lord, man, because at the end of the day, we're only men, and we're put in situations that the Most High is ultimately in control of. And we've got that connection to be able to pray to the Lord about situations.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? If you're sincere, He'll hear you, man. So that's always a reminder, because we can only do so much as ourselves.
That's it. And it's in its own time as well, man. It's in the Lord's time. The Lord's timing is the best timing, man. The Lord might be restricting you from doing something, but you're going to get greater rewards down the line. Like Job, man. Job went through hell.
Exactly. That's the greatest example, man.
Greatest example. He lost everything, but in the last end, he was increased, man. And he had integrity. And that's something that a lot of our people now, they don't really have.
Especially the so-called, I hate to say it, but the so-called black woman, man. She sees adversity. She's like, you're catching hell. You think she'll stay with you? Her ass is down the road, man. Remember what Job's wife says? Does thou still retain thine integrity? Curse the Most High and die, man.
Yeah.
Now, if I was in Job's situation, cursing boils and shit, I'd have been lying in that bed. But I'd literally want to jump out of the bed and strangle the woman for talking shit like that to me. In your situation, you're catching all this hell. You retain your integrity, curse the Most High and die. It's like, I mean, that's like kicking a man when he's down, man. But this is the thing, you can't expect any mercy from the so-called black woman, because she is our enemy too. This is Micah 7 and 10. She that is my enemy shall see it, and shame shall cover her.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, what was supposed to be our comfort has also become our enemy. Like this place, man, it's like imagine you're in a room and you're trying to find a pillow to lie down, and all you can find is fucking stones. That's what it's like being in this world, man. There's no comfort. Like even now, I feel kind of cool, but I'm still like, my back's hurting a little bit. There's never any. You're never going to be 100% here.
Yeah.
That's why you got to wonder, why would you want to stay here? Like, knowing this truth, why would you be like, oh, you know what, man? I think I'm missing out on life. I'm going to go back in the world. What are you going back to, man?
Yeah.
You know, man? What did Paul call us? Prisoners of hope. Prisoners to this truth, man. That's all I've got to say. Has anybody got any precepts?
I've just got a little bit more on this one.
Go ahead.
That's it. Alright, 2 Corinthians 12 and 9. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, I will rather glory in mine infirmities, that the power of Mashiach may rest upon me. You know, I try to remember that, but sometimes it's hard. It's hard, man. Like if you're uncomfortable, if you're in pain where you're totally uncomfortable, it's difficult to keep a smile on your face and all that stuff. But when it kind of eases up now, when it gets better, I always, not to tell brothers how I do it, but I always go on my knees and say, sorry, Lord, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, because at the end of the day, He's punished us least than our sins deserve.
Yeah.
So really, the Lord could have put someone like me in a wheelchair, but He's had mercy. Or worse, man. That's it.
We'll close out on that, but I was just going to say, it's interesting that you said that, because that's ultimately what we've always got to remember. Like, the Most High isn't punishing us as much as we deserve, because we've all done sins that are worthy of death, man. But He's had mercy on us, even though we're catching what we're catching. It's right in proportion to what we deserve. That's all I've got to say.
Don't get Malachi 4.
It's funny because that scripture about my grace is sufficient for you has come out more than once today.
Oh, yeah. I did a video, I think it was yesterday. It's just slipping my mind. Oh no, I think it's today.
Malachi 4 verse 2 says, but unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings, and ye shall go forth and grow up as calves of the stall. Shall we read on?
That's
Alright, yeah. So, but unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings. So who's the Son of Righteousness? Yahweh Shai, man. Yahweh Shai is with us through everything, even though we can't see him. What did Matthew 28, and let me get that. Matthew 28. and 18, it says, And Yahushua came and spake unto them, saying, All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost, here's the point, and teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I've commanded you, and lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Amen. So even in our infirmities, you can't see Yahushua, but he's there with us, man. And that's a very comforting thought, man. That's something that we've got. The Son of Righteousness is dealing with us, ain't dealing with the other nations. So we're catching all this hell, but guess what, man? The Lord's always with us if we remain faithful unto him.
That's right.
That's right.
So, that's right.
And you know what Elder Pastor Hart always says every year, he says that it's good to learn to love the pain.
You gotta be immune to it.
Be immune to it, man. You know?
Not to catch hell, basically.
That's it.
Learn to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
So that's pretty much it, brothers.
That's it, man.
Yes, and with that, we're going to give all of the praises. Actually, brother, I can hold them. Yeah, just man, giving all of the praises and the glory to the Most High and His Son.
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, B'chakodash.
War about the ball.
Shalom.
We out. On to the next. Into the next week.